Alright, hello. Hope all's well. Welcome to the stream. We're playing more blueprints today. Carrying on with what we have been doing for the last 2 months or something. The journey that never ends is carrying on again. Hoping that the car stuff is all good, so I'm waiting on a call, so hopefully that'll be fine. I'm sure it will. But yeah. Whew. In the meantime, at least we got some blueprints to focus on, to figure out. So yeah, but I might. By the way, it might be that I get a call in the next few hours that I need to take. So yeah. Just in case. Be prepared for that. Alright, well, we're on day 149. And yesterday was quite a big day in terms of certain things. We did get the trophy. But I didn't really work any more towards these puzzles. Despite being on it for quite a while, I kind of gave up on the day-to-day achievements thing. And mainly now my notes are just restricted to the workings out. So, yeah. Now, I think... Well, I don't know what to think, really. I don't know what to think. I don't know. Thanks for the hydrate. I don't know what to think. I don't know where to look. But I do think... Oh, study to begin with. Seriously. It's very strong. And a treasure map, too. Ah. Okay. I think we need a shovel. I'm gonna try and get this treasure map to... I'm gonna do a bedroom thing. With the study, I'm gonna try and build... under beds. It could be... I don't know. The first time I've got a treasure map early since thinking about this. It's this bed with blue X in the book. X marks the spot. I don't think it is. I don't even know what bedroom. If it is, let me just show you what I mean. There's a clue in new clue in the original draft.
Hello there.
It might not mean anything. Hey, Legatu, how are you? Welcome. Hope all's well, dude. I've just started the day. I've just found a treasure map, and I'm thinking. Yeah. It just says this. In this game. He looked and he looked under beds. X. Beds. X. Thing which is... yeah. I mean, that's my thought. That's my thought, is that it's like there's a... I need to try it in order to rule it out. But there's so many bedrooms. There's so many bedrooms to try, right? Basically, I've got the treasure map. And I'm wondering if I build a bedroom of some sort. I don't know if it has to be any purple room. Like, I don't know. Under beds. I know the boudoir doesn't have beds. And... hold on. A familiar room that you may have slept in at some prior visit in the past. Like most bedrooms of the estate, these quarters offer you a little rest and recuperation. Okay. A plethora of fainting couches and chaise longues. Yeah. Impromptu visitors who find themselves compelled to stay the night. Yeah, that's okay. Beds? I mean, it could be flower beds. 2 prominent flower beds. Indoor nursery? This would be nursery. He looked and looked under beds. I mean, but... I mean, come on now. There's beds in all of these. A cold, empty room devoid of ornamentation and personal effects. This suspiciously humble bedroom... Suspiciously humble... belonged to the Baron's personal valet, Hartley Ruota, who had unchallenged access to even the most clandestine areas of the estate. Bedroom? I mean, the bedroom could be... the bunk room, sorry. Okay, I'll tell you what we could do. Because I don't know what... I don't know. It could be any of these things, right? I'm just wondering if we treat it like... If we find a coat check, I think that's kind of the thing. So maybe we need to try and find a coat check. Because if we can find one, then we could try a few. Do you know what I mean? Good tool shed. There's no digging without a shovel. I definitely need one of them. Okay. Do they want you to look under beds when you can't look under beds? He looked and looked under beds and in nooks. But the beds has an X. Well, I think that's why the X is kind of weird. Like, I think that's why the X is weird, because the X, I've only ever seen that when it's come to... I mean, it literally... Sorry, I'm trying to get all the thoughts out at once. I've only ever seen that in the aquarium regarding dig spots in the patio and the laundry room. The X could literally just be a marking, but this book is not. Like, everything is really deliberate. I mean, it could just be and tome after tome that the library loaned. Like, certain things, I guess, are not massively significant, are they? He looked and he looked under beds and in nooks. And there's an X. It's just for the fact that there's that X in that book that makes me think, well... It's weird. Have you ever dug in a bedroom? So I've tried. I've gone around with the shovel to dig, and I've not found anything. Which is why I'm like, maybe it's nothing. Like, this is... But I've never had to do the X marks the spot thing. Oh, I don't know. I never had to do the X marks the spot thing. With the treasure map, sorry, I didn't finish that thought, that's annoying. I shouldn't have... I've never had to do it like that. Thank God you said treasure map. You want to say treasure map? It could be. Like, that's my idea at the minute. And I don't know. It kind of feels a bit ridiculous, really, but I think... It's all I've got, you know? It just might feel a little bit strange to me, thinking that the way you would get... I need to make sure I don't dead end here, actually. Okay, we've got 13 gems, so we should be okay. Like, there's so many bedrooms, there's so many, like, different things it would be. What bedroom would you even try? That's kind of my thinking. It's like there's no... I've just got to be very... I feel like, if I'm honest, it might be worth trying to find a coat check. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So B6. B, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's the room. 2 below foundation. It might be worth just being really, what's the word? Don't know what the word is that I'm trying to think of, but super strict on it, basically. And just being like, right, like, you know, we're going to start with bedroom. I don't think it's boudoir, because boudoir doesn't have any rooms. We can't try... Okay, we can't try her ladyship's chamber or the master bedroom, because those are not on that one. So at least we know that the rooms we can try, although I've built the dormitory. It's okay. It's quest bedroom, dormitory, bunk room, servants' quarters, which might be it. Because it said about suspiciously humble, so I wonder. Did they even give a suggestion as to whose? No. So... hey folks, you drafted a certain room on treasure spot and was surprised at the outcome. I need to make sure I actually can build up there. Get a workshop. It's no good if we don't find a shovel, is it? Good. Just a case of building and building and building. I think so. Yeah, I think we have to start with the first one. I think there is a way to make it. There is a way to make it common. Yes. Sorry. Let's do the bunk room, I think. I just want to thin the pool out so that I'm able to build what I want. I'm gonna try with the bedroom. That's what we're gonna start with. See how we go. It could well be nothing, but the bedroom has, see it there, that ornament as well. I don't, but I tried. Do we want Throne of Blueprints? Sure. We really need a shovel. I'm gonna check courtyard, green rooms, hopefully. Oh, what do you know? Courtyard. Fuck. Okay, where can we get shovels from? We can get them from... Not in commissary. Could be spare green room. Nope. Okay. Do love how this game just opened. It says, well, looks like you're gonna have to do this up 10 times to get a result. And then maybe not get any result. Like, I've definitely tried things before where I thought maybe, and it ended up not being, you know? Kitchen probably is best here because we need to... I would like to get to the east wing if I can and build there a little bit. Okay, don't need to worry about that yet. Difficult decision. If I go laundry, it's a dead end. But we get the coins for gems. Although I don't think... Okay. Alright. terrace. I don't think a terrace is going to have a shovel. Hey, Red, how you doing? Welcome. Hope all's well, dude. Maybe lab. Yeah, welcome. I'm looking at... maybe it's crazy. Most likely is, but I'm looking at building... We got a treasure map nice and early, and one thought I had yesterday was basically... There's been something on my mind from the original draft version of A New Clue where you can build... It says he looked and looked under beds, and there's a blue X. And I've got it on my tasks, but I've tried digging in each of the rooms, not found a thing. Anyway, I had a thought yesterday, well, which seems kind of crazy, but... I don't think it's going to work. I'm going to try it, but basically, I think I'm going to try digging in the bedroom. It's the only way to be able to dig in a purple room, and I'm going to start with the bedroom, but hopefully we get a code check so we can just try this a few times. Let's do that. Okay. But yeah. I could do though with a shovel. I don't have one yet, so I don't know where. If we go secret passage, I could get a green room guarantee. Maybe the shovel's like in the greenhouse or something. Veranda does sometimes have it, doesn't it? Yes! Yes! Okay, alright. Okay. At least we have the ingredients to try. Okay. Hey Waika, good morning. How are you? Hope all's well. Diggy diggy ho. I'm trying to do some digging. You found you can make melted cheese on bun from the comfort of your own room. You have a heat lamp on a stand. How can they melt cheese? That's funny. Very nice. These are the other bedrooms that I could try. But I know I want to make sure I try bedroom, if that, you know, the bedroom before I do. Just, I mean, I could try these, but I'm going off of the order. If I do this as a dead end, which I don't really want to do, I'll do the casino. Naturally, you had melty cheese on bun tonight. Nice. Yeah. That is funny, man. Okay, well, it's a dead end anyway. We may not be able to reach it. Like, we don't have keys. We do though if we do this. Get keys and gems for every rank. I'll lose steps, but that'll be okay. Yeah. Alright. That's better. If you have less than 20, let me just pop this down. You have less than 20. It's probably 20 steps, isn't it? We'll get something else or lose something else, maybe. Fuck. Okay, right. Nervous. Yes, digging cloister. I do want to. We'll get some things anyway. Let's do Maid's Chamber. It'll get rid of a bedroom from the pool. I mean, Maid's Chamber I've been suspicious of as well. I don't think this is all to this room. Again, I might be wrong. But I tried, like, digging around, you know? Okay, let's see if we can get it. Okay, where's the map anyway? No way. No way. No way. What the fuck? Yeah, I think it is. Oh, I don't know. I feel so stupid. Kind of. Like, that is wild. How many other hands are there? Well, that is wild. True Power, hello as well. Welcome. I can't believe that. I can't believe that. You need to get a... I definitely tried digging around here because I did have a thought of, like, what if that is, you know, saying, hey, like, X is here or something, you know? Just when I was looking at all the rooms, but I did nothing. But you need... What on earth, man? That they've put this into the game. You need to dig with the treasure map in the bedroom. It's such a... I'll be honest, that's so rare that it seems like it shouldn't happen. Oh god, it's a Baron Baffler. Okay. Baron Bafflers by Herbert S. Sinclair, April 6. Okay. Each clue is a hint for two different words. The word below, the long word, and a second smaller word found within that word. Okay. The small word. Each letter in the small word will be included in the next clue's long word. Lastly, the first letter of each small word forms this week's solution. Remember of the sixth clue. This was the room you drafted? I mean, it's like the chance of you like finding that, you know, is very slim. I think having the scepter, you know, and the power of the king, the chess power, helps. But man, there's been so many times where I've had a treasure map and it could be any room, so it's a tricky one. Yeah, that's really specific, I think. You reckon there's more? Maybe? Okay. Alright, let's do this then. Let's do the Baffler. This game. This bloody game. Baron Baffler bedroom. Okay, 1. Kept behind locked doors. So, kept behind locked doors, right? I'm thinking key is to do with the locked door. So we need to get all the words, and then at the end of it, the first letter of each small word will form the solution. Okay, can affect one greatly when made by someone with a strong spirit. Oh, that's like whiskey. Each letter in the small word will be included in the next clue's long word. W-H-I-S-K-E-Y. Well, if this is key, I think that's key, and this is whiskey, because locked door speaks to a key, maybe. His car. Okay, let's see. Oh my god, come here. Something key, I think. Maybe S? What would be kept behind locked doors, though? Kept behind locked doors. If that is key. Maybe it's plural, because it's doors. So keys. Hankies. No. No, that's not right. Makes the validity of a statement clear. Well, if that's whiskey, that's going to be something with the letters HIS. Makes the validity of a statement clear, like proof. I don't think they have to be in the same order, no. I don't think so. I just think they have to be included in the word. Sorry, just turning my fan off. Okay. On a certain scale, this is very hot. Informs you that there's no school today. Informs you that there's no school today. A group composed of members that have similar characteristics. Group composed of members that have similar characteristics. That. Well, say it is whiskey. Say that's whiskey. Yeah. Then the letters HIS would be there. But validity of a statement makes a validity of a statement clear. It could be like ISH, for example, at the end. Ish. But is that like your validity of a statement? I just call that like proof. Yeah, the music ended. True. This is hard already, isn't it? Kept behind locked doors. Key. I can't even... Unless it's not... No, kept behind locked doors. Kept behind... I mean, something keys. Maybe. Keys usually do the locking. Well, that's what I'm kind of thinking. I'm like, is it that? Because kept behind locked doors. As soon as I saw locked doors, I'm thinking, well, you need a key to open it. Kept behind locked doors. Money. Treasures. Um, like I might be just wrong. Okay, can affect one greatly when made by someone with a strong spirit. So maybe I'm wrong. If that's not whiskey, what else? Don't do that. Do whiskey? Question mark. Or we could go. Can affect one greatly when made by someone with a strong spirit. So, okay, it could be rum, could be the strong spirit. You know, it could be that the strong spirit is the short letter, short word. You know, but what can affect one greatly when made by someone with a strong spirit? Interesting, isn't it? On a certain scale, this is very hot. Informs you there's no school today. Informs you that there's no school today. Yeah, me. It's a big yawn. On a certain scale, this is very hot. I mean, on a certain scale. That's not... I mean, I don't think it'd be related to things that are located just within the house. It might be. This is awful. Yeah, progress is rough, isn't it? Certain scale is very hot. I mean, if you were to say, like, you know... Yeah, it definitely feels like cryptic crossword stuff, yeah, it does. Which I'm not that good at. I did start going through a book of them, like, earlier on in the year, but I've not done them in a while. Stroppy, hello. Hello, hello, hello. Have fun, thanks. Yeah, dude, I hope all's well, Stroppy. I managed to somehow... Yeah, I wasn't expecting this. Like, that's just crazy. You never found it. Hey, Soph. How did you come across this, Soph? This to me is like such a crazy chance encounter thing. It's insane. You had that on your save, that corrupted. You had this before day 17, really? Wow. Fair enough. You also found it by accident? Dude. I mean, that's the only way I can think about how it would work, right? Is like that. Find it randomly. The only thing that made me think about it was the whole X under the beds. You know? Um, I don't know. I don't know if it is. I'm not sure, but I'm guessing. I'm guessing. That's what led me to it, even if it's not that. If that makes sense. Which now makes me think it's not about that. Ah. Look, it worked. It worked. It worked. So. You have no idea. Interesting. Makes the validity of a statement clear. Makes the validity. I mean, truth. I mean, strong spirit to me would be like whiskey, or you know, you've got rum, or oh no. Okay, this is tough. I'm stumped. Informs you that there's no school today. Six letters. It's the 6 letters thing which is throwing me as well. On a certain scale, this is very hot. Okay. Completely made by someone with his kept behind locked doors. I don't know. Not sure. Gonna have to figure that out. What is that item? What? Oh, it's this? Okay. Just gonna go through the house while we think about it. Is the Mila statue no longer in... Oh, I see. No, it is. I found it in both still, since getting lost and found. I don't understand, really. I still found it in both, although I think that there are times where it's not. I've seen it where it's not in the room as well, so... Where's the... Oh. Yeah, should we take a look? Yeah, it's not there. But there's also times where I've seen it in there, so... Oh, whoops. Okay. Time to up your meds dosage. Good luck with it. Hey Sassy, thanks for the hydrate. Welcome. Really on my brain, that is. Oh no. We found this thing, this new puzzle. New for me. It's this Baron Baffler. In fact, I found there's some pieces of paper that we found about Baron Bafflers that, I mean, maybe we could look through those clues, to be honest, to see if there's any, like, hints at this. But basically, this is like a big old puzzle that we have to figure out. Each of these grey words has... The first letter of each grey word forms a new word, so, yeah. But I think I'm wrong so far on my answers. I don't think I've got any clue, if I'm honest. Oh my god, I can't type. Come on. 5, 6. There we go. Yeah. A bit weird. How are things with you, dude? I hope all's well. Each clue is a hint for 2 different words, the word below and a second smaller word found within that word. They're kept behind locked doors. Things are good, it's nice and cool. It's chilled out, isn't it? It's much better. I know, it's not so much nicer. Kept behind locked doors. It's the same for you, Soph? Yeah, it's so much better, right? Honestly. Kept behind locked doors. I mean, what is kept behind locked doors? You've got, like, rooms, like, treasure. Like, I don't think it's that literal, is it? It is trying to be... It is trying to be smart. Cryptic. Kept behind locked doors. Is there any letters that are locked doors? Is there any, like... In kept. Kept. Is kept part of a word? But then kept. If it was kept, K-E-P wouldn't be a word. That's not a word. So, it's not. So we've got to try and think of things that work with that. Survived yesterday. Dude, how hot was it for you yesterday? It got to, yesterday was pretty good for me. It was like 20 something, I think, but the day before was like 34, I think. 36? Yeah, nasty. It's nice if you've got the ways to deal with it, you know, but if you don't, it is so warm. On a certain scale, this is very hot. On a certain scale. Okay. Certain scale could be like true. On a certain scale, right? Certain is sure. You are, you know, secure. Kept behind locked doors. On a certain scale, this is very hot. I mean, a scale could be many things. Yeah, it could be. On a certain scale, this is very hot. It was 30 something with you yesterday and no breeze. Yeah, I think that's the hardest thing, is like you want to try and like make some sort of flow through the rooms as well, but you can't, so just gotta sit and accept it. On a certain scale, this is very hot. Lock in, chat, these might take a while, yeah. Yeah. Exactly. No hints, please, though. If you think you might have it, feel free to sip or laugh at me or whatever, or put in the party pug or whatever it might be. But yeah, I'm not looking for hints though. Otherwise, yeah. We'll have to put emote mode on again. put on emo mode. Dude. None of these can be salt unless you spell it very badly. Like a silent P, S, A, U, L, T is 6 letters. There you go. You can spell it like that. Salt. I think that's the answer. I think we've got it. You've done it. You know the answers. Yeah. That's what it's all about. That's what it's all about. Embrace the Schadenfreude. Okay, informs you that there's no school today. A group composed of members that have similar characters. Okay, right. Let's choose one. It's not whiskey. I think that's... I'd be very surprised if it was, having thought about it. Or having looked at how it affects everything else. Maybe it is. A 7-letter word. Although that... Oh, shit. Now I'm second-guessing myself. If it is whiskey, which would be like a strong spirit, you know, but can affect one greatly is not part of the clue then. So... It's not... Yeah. You also do? This is like the gallery puzzle, you know. We'll be here for a bit. Maybe. Maybe we won't. Okay. Makes the validity of a statement clear. Clear statement. This bottom one seems interesting to me. A group composed of members that have similar characteristics, right? A group composed of members that have similar characteristics. Like, that could be anything. It could be like a group of notes, for example. You know, but I've thought maybe chords, but that doesn't have any word there. That doesn't make sense, you know? Similar characteristics could just be defining whatever this word is. Like a group composed of members. Members. Dicks. A group composed of dicks. There were 2 of them you ended up Googling. Group composed of members that have similar characteristics. Are you a member of that group? Oh dear. Yeah, I've got my card around here somewhere. A group composed of members. Composed like a group composed of members that have similar characteristics. A group could be like a song or like a... I'm just thinking a group composed. Oh, just a heads up on some ads. Sorry guys, these are just gonna come in just once an hour. We'll probably have about 5 ad breaks while we're doing this, because we're gonna be on till 5. Thanks for the hydrate. How did you guys get on with the gallery puzzle? Because that was another one that I was on for a fair while, just staring at. It's like the one that seems the most similar to this at the minute. Not well. Yeah, I remember us talking about it actually, Soph. It was a good puzzle. Okay. Informs you that there's no school today. No school today. Informs you. Informs you. Tell. The last one in the gallery got you. Yeah, that was a tough one. Yeah. That was. Really difficult. It's the fact that each of the grey groups needs to also be a word that is interesting to me. Like, a group composed of members that have similar characteristics. What could that be? It could be... like, I don't know what... a 4-letter word. What could that be? Composed of members that have similar characteristics. Okay, let's go somewhere else. Greatly. So tough. Informs you that there's no school today. On a certain scale, this is very hot. Makes the validity of a statement clear. Can affect one greater when made by someone with a strong spirit, kept behind locked doors. Yeah, brain on. I mean, it's just tough to know if you're even close to it. But let's go with informs you that there's no school today, right? Informs you that there's no school today. Inform. Like, no school today means like... It's like... I don't know. I don't know. I feel like I need some other clue for that one. This one feels kind of close to me, but I don't know. I would be tempted to say something like note is the four-letter word, but that's in my head now, and it's tough for that not to be, you know? But I don't know what the overall word would be. I don't know what the long word would be if the short word was note. I have no idea. It's only because of the group composed of members that have similar characteristics. Well, notes. But it's not. I'm really not sure that's the case. You know, that's like very loose of a thing. So, yeah. Informs you that there's no school today. Like, I would say, you know, what... I don't know what would inform you that there's no school today, but what does no school today mean, you know? Like, no school today is... like, it's like a holiday, like, it's a day off, you're absent, it's... snow day, you know, like, but none of those are things that fit in. And anyway, I think one of these, either the short or the clue, is to do, short or the long, is to do with what informs you. And but it could be nothing to do with this if it's cryptic, you know. On a certain scale, this is very hot. Now, you could say, this is very hot. This is very hot. On a certain scale. The statements are valid for both the short and long. Each clue is a hint for two different words. On a certain scale, this is very hot. The way that I've taken it, Stroppy, is that the clue contains a clue for a long answer and a clue for a short answer, but not each part of the clue has to work for each answer. That's the way I've taken it. So it could be that, you know, can affect one greatly when made by someone with a strong spirit. A strong spirit could be rum, for example, you know? Okay. Well, okay, so then that's definitely not whiskey. We can rule that out. This is very hot. On a certain scale, this is very hot. Hey Archie. Sorry, Arch Hippie. Maybe the whole statement can have two meanings. I mean, I definitely think that's true. I definitely think that's true. Yeah, hope all's well, Arch. Welcome. Can affect one greatly when made by someone with a strong spirit. Can affect one greatly. I mean, what would affect one greatly? You know, you're talking like, I mean, emotion, but someone with a strong spirit. And obviously then that would make this mot. Well, it's not gonna be a thing, is it? So what we need is something related to strong spirit, which is why I thought like rum or gin, but I don't know what works in here. Even RUM, right? Let's just say RUM. You've got to have... Can affect one greatly when made by someone with a strong spirit. You've got to have... It's got to be a consonant next to that. There's not many things you can be. You know, so I don't know. I'm just thinking, oh, whoops. I'm just thinking a strong spirit. That's the kind of line that I'm going down there for the thing, but it might be wrong. Can affect one greatly when made by someone with a strong spirit. But like courageous, you know, courageous, a strong spirit, like hopeful, hope, can affect one greatly when made by someone with a strong spirit. Drink. Hey Blackbird, welcome. Can affect one greatly when made by someone with a strong spirit. Can affect one greatly. Can affect one greatly when made by someone with a strong spirit. So this clue makes me think that whatever the word is the thing that can affect one greatly. But then that would be the same for that word. So a strong spirit isn't the answer. Okay, I don't know. Okay, kept behind locked doors. What is kept behind locked doors? Locked doors. Okay. I don't know. Oh. How are you, Blackbird? How are things? I'm sending to you psychically. Oh. Stare deep into the monitor. The validity of a statement makes the validity of a statement clear. That's whether or not it's true, right? That's its validity. It's what makes it clear. And what could be 3 letters that makes it clear. But two you had to go were 1 and 3. It's so hard when I don't have a starting point really, because my brain, what's happening is I'm looking at it and then I'm going, yeah, but it could be cryptic, so it could be nothing to do with what the clue actually says. It like, as in a sort of a direct sense, it could be, you know, on a certain scale. You could be talking about a you could be looking at like a major scale or a minor scale, you know. This is very hot though, so this, on a certain scale, is very hot. But on what scale? You know, like... I don't know what could be hot that is... It's broken me, yeah. I don't know what could be hot that is both 3 letters and 6 letters. And that is really affecting me. I mean, I could, but it's okay. I'm not looking for direction or hint though. I know it's painful, but yeah, and we'll get it, you know. Henry Cavill, god damn it, Sassy. What was I just saying? It's just Henry Cavill. Cav-ill? Of course. Ill? I mean, okay, alright. I don't know what... I am just having that problem, right? That I go, okay, it could be like I'm looking for what tells you that there's no school today, right? I don't fucking know. You could be like the radio or a parent or that's what we used to listen to, is the radio. Be like, the schools that are closed today, and then it'd list all the schools if it was snowing. But like, I mean, what informs you that there's no school today? And is the clue, is the word the thing that informs you? Or is it the fact that there's no school today? And then I go, okay, well maybe it's one part of the clue or whatever it is. On a certain scale, this is very hot, for example. Okay, so you think whatever this is the answer, right? But then I start to go, yeah, but what if it's cryptic and actually it's not to do with being very hot? Maybe it's something entirely different, because on a certain scale, you know, can't narrow it down, like, I think is the thing. I'm struggling with that. Informs you that there's no school today. I don't know. On a certain scale, this is very hot. A kettle. On a certain 12 is very hot on a certain scale. So is 11. 11, I think, is very hot on a certain scale. The sun. The sun, I think, is the answer. I think the sun is very hot. I don't know. Man, I Yeah. 2 is coconut. And then everything else. And then the word is OOWSS T. Oost. Yep. I think that's it. Yeah, we've got it. Oh my god. Of course. Can affect one greatly. When made. Greatly is 7 letters. Greatly is 7 letters. Can affect one greatly. This sounds very cryptic, crosswordish to me. And if you affect in a cryptic crossword, I think it's a way of saying you jumble the letters around. Right? Made by someone with a strong spirit. Can affect one greatly. No. Can affect one greatly. No, I don't think that's going to be it. Only because I'm thinking greatly. How do you change that? You know? And how does this have the same meaning as whatever the longer version would have? Like, it's like, ale is the only alcohol related thing I can think of in there, but then that takes up both my vowels, and you have to have one letter before it, so say Gale, but then you've still got T-Y and R. So I don't think that's it. You've got lager, alcoholic in there, but I don't think that's going to be it either. So I don't think that is the answer. Maybe can affect one greatly. Like, you still can affect. You still have that. Tail. When made by someone with a strong... No, I don't think that's it. Can affect one greatly when made by someone with a strong spirit. I all I can think every time I hear that with a strong spirit is that it's on about something to do with whiskey or, you know, moonshine or something. Like it's that's all I can think. And the annoying thing is I can't really, my brain just instantly jumps on that, you know? And it might be the right direction. Like again, like, you know, if you go rum, or what's another strong spirit with 3 letters, like, or something that's made by someone with a strong spirit, could be like a, it could be like a gin or a rum, or, like, I don't know. But let's say that is it, okay? Let's say that is the 3 letters in the short. Then that would then be in the next word, right? Which would make the validity of a statement clear. Makes the validity of a statement clear. That would therefore be in this. In some way. Makes the validity of a statement clear. Don't fucking know. Could be your like, I don't know how you can have something that would fit in this as well as this. Maybe you need a drink, maybe I do. It's murder, yeah. Makes the validity of a statement clear. I mean, you know, the validity would be whether it's true or false. Validity. Or its usefulness. Oh my god. This, I'm truly stumped. On a certain scale, this is very hot. What is very hot? On a certain scale, let's call it on the scale of truth, this is very hot. Justice. Lies. On a certain scale, a weighing scale, this is very hot. Nothing. On a certain scale, this is very hot. Major scales, you know, music scales, this is very hot. There's nothing that I can see that would work like that. A group composed of members that have similar characteristics. I'm just going around in circles. A group composed of members that have similar characteristics. I mean, hands, right? Like, if you look at your hand, you've got fingers. Your fingers have got similar characteristics. Group composed of members. A poem? Letters? But letters doesn't leave you with any other fucking 4-letter word. Ters is not a word. Well, actually, the whole thing's 6-letter there. Wait, what? Yeah, what was the joke about coconuts? Was that the way in which it was like, wait, coconuts? Yeah, of course. Like, that leads on to this. Yeah, dude. The way that sometimes coming to this solution just seems so bloody out there. The thing that's tough is that, like, so I got cryptic crosswords, right? And you can look at these and sometimes just be like, I have not a clue. Not a clue. But I will say that cryptic crosswords get easier if you do them. So if you've done cryptic crosswords, you learn certain tricks. And this is what I'm worried about, is that as I'm reading this, there's people who do cryptic crosswords all the time, and they look at this and go, oh yeah. Like, you know, that's my worry, is that it's kind of like, if you don't know the sort of the secrets, you might not have a clue about how to solve this. That's what I'm concerned about. Once you get one, you will get others easier. Yeah, in a very, like, that is true. That is true. I think, like, the truth of it is that you have I don't think that's the right word, but say it was, obviously then you know that's going to be in the next word. That's one of the things that helps. I think what's tough is that it's that first word, man. It's knowing where to go. It's really kind of fucked. It is so tough. A group composed of members that have similar characteristics. What has similar characteristics? Yeah, I think that's more like it, right? I'm definitely stubborn, I know, but I'm really, like, come on. I'm sure that we can get it. Like, okay, for example, like, I'd be like, kept behind locked doors would be like secret, you know, but obviously C-R-E is not a word. Like, cre, you know? To be fair, coconut has nut in it, which is ironic because it's not even a nut. Yeah. Yes. I don't know what the origin of the word coconut is, to be honest. Don't know why. Come on, come on. Get behind locked doors. Man, I can't wait until, you know, eventually when we finish this game, right? And we go on to any other game, and there's going to be some puzzle. I can't wait to absolutely just wipe the floor with every other puzzle. Because this game just makes you dig so much deeper. So you go like, right, okay, what could it be? You get to other stuff, you're just like, we're just going to be yawning through everything. Makes the validity of a statement clear. To me, I would be like, that's your proof. It's your like, your logic, your truth. Validity of a statement clear. I've got to go with wherever I think I'm closest. I think a group composed of members that have similar characteristics feels to me like I'm closest to that. A group composed of members that have similar characteristics would be what has similar characteristics? I'm thinking like chords. Group composed of members. A group composed of members that have similar characteristics. A group composed of members that have similar characteristics. You'd be looking at like bands, family. No. Like songs or notes or I mean, what are groups? What are groups? Groups composed of members, like parties. Teams, like team. Group composed of members that have similar characteristics. Some like a team. I don't know. But what would either come before or after team? I don't think that is the answer. Okay. I mean, like, on a certain scale, this is very hot. It's not like, on a certain scale, ice is very hot. You know, is that it? Like, if you're looking at, like, Kelvin, where you've got, like, absolute 0. But again, why would that matter? And what would come before it? This is very hot. Hot ice. Hot ice. Informs you that there's no school today. Day off. Off could be the thing. But off day. Informs you that there's no school today. There's no school today. Boy. Okay. Like, is it information that you see that informs you there's no school today? Is it that you look outside and it's snowing and you're like, oh, there's no school? Is it the radio? Is it a teacher? Is it a parent? Is it... But none of these things have either they don't have the same amount of letters I need, or they don't fit into the thing. It's the what's it? Yeah. Informs you that there's no school today. Informs you that there's no school today. Class, like what is related to school? Class, learning, education, student, pupil, studies, that's hilarious. You both have written something basically similar. I hope the devs can see you slowly lose your mind. I am. Is that the real thing? Are we about to, like, is this kind of like Amnesia, the Dark Descent? But this is where Anne Babbage returns, isn't it? This is where the horror begins. You've undug Baron Baffler's puzzle, and then you start hearing footsteps in the house. Babbage is back. And then you start wondering, like, is she? Was that her? On a certain scale, Anne Babbage. Yeah. Yeah. Anne Babbage is very hot. That's funny. 50 years from now, Slide will be in a home on a certain scale. This is very hot, and the people be like, "Okay, Grandpa, let's get you back into bed." Like, no, I've got it. You must reunite me with my PC. You weren't on pause. No, you weren't on pause. Welcome back, Lega2. Welcome back. This is very hot. I mean, this is very hot. What could be very hot that is 3 letters? But on a certain scale. Hot is like fire, flames, Streamer's brain is on pause, damn right it is. It's just looking at me going, nah. Like, you're on your own. Makes the validity of a statement clear. On a certain scale, would this puzzle take longer or faster than the chess puzzle? The annoying thing about the chess puzzle... Listen, if you showed so much restraint, you guys, on the chess puzzle, and I understand that that must have been one of the biggest shows of restraint, I think, that could have been shown. Because it wasn't even what I was looking at. The solution was way more simple. Rum could be the answer to all of these. Rum solves everything. Rum, coconuts, and whatsits. Isn't rum and coconut a good mix? Isn't there like a drink that's rum and coconut or something? Castle. Rum, coconuts, and whatsits, the holy trinity, and Henry Cavill. Okay, Henry Cavill, whatsits, and rum. How do you make rum? Is it from sugarcane rum? Is it? Yeah, sugarcane. You grab some sugarcane and you just shake it. Molasses. Okay. Molasses. Yeah. Or molasses. Shake it like it owes you money. And there it is. Rum. Just put sugar cane into your washing machine. It can affect one greatly when made by someone with a strong spirit. Let's say that's gonna be... What could be made by someone with a strong spirit? That's where I pause. Okay. You like your molasses? Do you have any possibles? No. None. This one I thought maybe strong spirit is the hint and it could be to do with, you know, drink or whatever, but I can't think of anything that has both a 3-letter word and a 7-letter word, which essentially means the answer to the clue. I can't... I can only see how, like, say, you know, this, for example, on a certain scale, this is very hot, right? You could say, ice, don't just let me have that for a minute. Just let me have that. Ice is very hot on a certain scale, right? Maybe on a certain scale this is very hot could be like pumice, you know? So it could be like pumice. Is that how you spell it? Pumice, right? There you go. Right? You could see how on a certain scale ice is very hot. Yeah, compared to absolute zero. That's what I'm thinking. But pumice is like a complete made up, it's not a made up word, it's a word. But wait, isn't pumice to do with yeah, it's a stone, yeah. It's like a volcanic stone or something, right? Just name lots of strong spirits. Like, so my point is with this, right, is that your 3-letter word could be very hot on a certain scale. I mean, pumice is just not gonna be the answer, right? But I just... Do you know what I mean? Like both could be something. Okay, we're coming up to this, I can't believe it. We're coming up to the second ad break of this puzzle every hour. So you know when they come around it's been an hour. There's like 3 minutes or 2 minutes away. Oh, yeah, you can rock with it. I mean, I don't want to just have it there because I've just randomly made up, you know, a word that contains ice. You know, it's not good to do that. Name something hot, slide ice. I mean, I, in all honesty though, like a 3-letter word for something that's hot. Yeah, both words don't necessarily have to mean the same thing. But it could be that the clue could... The whole clue has to work with both words, but it could be that there's a double meaning. So, you know, makes the validity of a statement clear, could be, you know, ice, you know? To be frank, hot is very hot. That is true. Hot is very hot. It works as a 3-letter word. That makes the validity of a statement clear. You could be like, proves, but proofs or something. But then PRO is not going to work. Pro definitely is not going to work. At this point, you'd be pulling out a thesaurus. Informs you that there's no school today. I mean, I don't know what that even could be. Informs you that there's no school today. If there's no school today, what does that mean? It's a day off. You get to stay at home. Or you got to go down the mines. Maybe that's what it means. To the mines. Factory. There's no school today. Jimmy. Yeah, into the chimneys with you, boy. Inform you that there's no school today. The children yearn for the mines. Rum would inform you there's no school today. Informs you there's no school today. I mean, I don't know. What informs you that there's no school today? What does that? There's nothing that I can think of that would work like that. Hey Smet, teacher. Well, it's got to be 6 letters. If you also, I'm not. Yeah, I'm just gonna have to reassert. If you think you have an answer or if you've got any ideas, don't share them in the chat. Just keep on them, sit on them. You know, like it's yeah. Just reiterating it. If you think you see something and you go, fuck, that's it, just please, like, let me know some other way. Telepathy, yeah. Kate, hello, thanks for the hydrate. That was my hydrate. The fact that you're 34 and school was over 15 years ago informs you that there's no school. You'll be playing your own game at the moment. I hope you have a good one. Enjoy. It's really important. I know it's difficult, but yeah. When in doubt, spam dirt with maybe solutions. Informs you that there's no school today could be radios. It's not that. It's not that. Informs you. Like form is like a grade. Grades, classes, you know, informs you that there's no school today. Like it could be that it's something to do with like no class, you know? No school today. I think what it is, I think the answer here, this 5th clue, is something that means there's no school today, but it also is the thing that informs you. So like I don't know what. Don't know if Derp is... I've not seen Derp yet, no. No. Yeah, true. Probably. This is so fucking hard. Makes the validity of a statement clear on a certain scale. This is very hot. On a certain scale, this is very hot. On a certain scale, this is very hot. It doesn't help saying it multiple times. On a certain scale, this is very hot. I mean, fire, right? Fire is very hot. Flames are very hot. Heat is hot. On a certain scale, I think is also teasing you about, like, you know, certain, another word for certain, being like, you know, sure or secure, you know, steady. Do you know what I mean? Like certain, like solid. This is a step up from ice. Okay, we moved from ice to fire. Fire is very hot, though. A nuclear explosion, very hot. I know an absolutely wrong answer on that school question. Informed you that there's no school today. Prison. Wait, you didn't mean prison. Did I just guess what you meant? Prison. You can't just drop a hot take like fire is hot on me the second I joined stream. Hey, Neem. Well, that's what you get, you know? You step into this environment. Yeah. Oh, I thought you were saying yeah to me, not prison. Right. Okay. What if they ask for Arajan words? Mate. Honestly. Oh, give me 1 second. 1 sec. Calcat's just heading out. 1 second. Vinyl car seats on a summer day. Very hot. These are the serious hot things we're here for. A fresh cup of tea. Unless it's iced tea. Iced tea. And it's like, notice, not ice is very hot. Not. How about that? Not ice. God. Informed you there's no school today could be a notice. But no school today. Ice. Notice is one word you were thinking of. Ice can feel very hot when you are too cold. Well, I think I was saying that before, but yeah. Kept behind locked doors. What's kept behind locked doors? What is kept behind locked doors? What is kept behind locked doors? Secrets. Rum is kept behind locked doors. Guns. I think this is a clue. I think we've got to find the gun behind the locked door in order to defend ourselves against and Babbage. It's all making sense. Stuff you don't want to get stolen, yeah. Turnips. Mistresses. Don't go in there! What is a locked door? A locked door is a locked door. Behind locked doors? Kept behind locked doors. Kept behind locked doors. Doesn't matter how many times I say it. That is unbelievable. Can affect one greatly when made by someone with a strong spirit. Right, okay. What's a strong spirit? Rum, gin, whiskey, absinthe. Yeah, vodka. Yeah, time to show your knowledge of alcohol. Can affect one greatly when made by someone with a strong spirit. Drink. Pims. You are a strong spirit. What can affect one greatly when made by someone with a strong spirit? Also, I still think maybe it's that answer to do with can affect one greatly. Can affect one greatly when made by someone with a strong spirit. Affect one greatly when made by someone with a strong spirit. Like when made by someone with a strong spirit. Like a ectoplasm. I don't know. I cannot see it. cannot see it. Makes the validity of a statement clear. Clear would be like transparent, it would be see-through, it would be obvious, it would be plain. Makes the validity of a statement clear. Is this statement telling the truth or is it telling a lie? What is the validity of it? How do you know if that's true or false? The thing for school has to be a press conference by the Prime Minister to declare a lockdown. Yeah. Global pandemic. Does that fit into 6 words? I'm not trying to avoid a thesaurus. I feel like I'm just trying to use my brain, yeah. Because like the thing with these clues anyway, Legato, is that sometimes it could be, if it's cryptic crossword based, right? If it's cryptic crossword based, sometimes like it could be that even though you look at a thesaurus and it's like, okay, like it could be that in forms could be another way of saying in class, you know, at school, like, because a form is another word for a class, so in forms could be like that sort of thing. You know what I mean? What do you do when the brain is lacking? Just keep on thinking. I guess like part of me is thinking that like the game, yeah, no, I guess there is stuff. You do the occasional cryptic, you can't crack these ones. No, it's so tough to know. Like on a certain scale, like I feel like associations, like I can get those, you know, and like I'm not on a certain scale. 1 second, 1 sec. Scales like snakes and fish. So there are, like, there's fish scales. On a certain scale, this is very hot. Like, you know. Yes. There's major, there's like music scales, you know, but I don't know what would be very hot on a musical scale. And then you got on a certain scale, this is very hot. So, okay. You got the scales of justice, you know? you do actually have like Fireball is very hot. Do you know what I mean? So that, like, I don't think, if I'm honest, I don't think a thesaurus is gonna really be a thing. Because, like, it's not... Like, on some of the clues, sure, I have, like, very little idea, but I think it's more... If we take this one, for example, on a certain scale, this is very hot, right? I mean, okay, you could say... On a certain scale, you could say on a truthful scale, this is very hot. Right? Would that be like a lie, for example? But how would lie work with something before it? Or isn't necessarily going to help with all of it, it's just a tool. Yeah, I feel the same way though if I was to do it like a crossword, you know? I don't really... Like... Yeah. It's just how you approach the puzzles, I guess. Okay, I mean, we could start making things more... Okay, so certain scale. Very hot. Certain could be truth. Secure. Like, I don't know, law. You have a feeling you know one? So, scale is like musical, weighing, temperature. I mean, maybe it's the name of a scale that also means hot. So what have we got? We've got like scales. You've got like metric, imperial. You've got Kelvin, Kelvin. No. Fahrenheit, Celsius. I don't know. I don't know. Like, I think that's the thing, is that, like, I'm not sure that... I'm not... A thesaurus right now would be giving me the answer. Do you know what I mean? Like, that's the way I see it. It would be giving me the answer, not a definition of a different word. That's what I feel. That's why I would be looking at a thesaurus, but I don't want to find the answer. I want to find the answer, but I don't want to look it up. Wake up in the middle of the night with it. I know, probably. Like, this is really tough. Way tougher than I thought it would be. At the beginning of when I found this. On a certain scale, this is very hot. Unless they use different logic in this game than used in a thesaurus. Yeah, like that, I do think that's true as well. I think that it's like... On a certain scale, this is very hot. I think that this is coming at it from another angle. I think it's trying to make you think, well, what could this mean? What could certain scale mean? You know? Like, certain could mean specific, but it could also mean truth or true. You know? This is very hot. Scale could be fish skin, it could. But like, that's kind of why it comes back to like, okay, well, like ovens are hot, you know? Cookers are hot. Burner is hot. A burner. Torch. Flames are very hot. On a certain scale, this is very hot. Like, you know, you'd think like boiling, but boiling is not, you know. Steam is hot, but it's 5 letters, you know. A woman's temper on her period or an angry wife. Very hot. A tandoor. Hands. So right now. I think that's it, Sassy, yeah. A rocket is very hot. A t-shirt. What else is very hot? An iron can be very hot. A skillet, a grill. A stove George Foreman grill. On a certain scale, this is very hot. I had thought chili, but chili didn't fit. And again, it's like I don't have 3 letters for what would work for the clue. I just don't have it. It's like, on a certain scale, this is very hot. What is hot that is 3? Let's start with that. Okay, let me just start with that. What's hot and is 3 letters? Don't know. Very hot. I mean, sun is literally all I can think is like sun. Right? Sun. But does that fit? I can't see how that would fit at the end of any word. The air a few days ago. Okay, I don't know. I can't tell you. I don't know. Let's look at a group composed of members that have similar characteristics. So this would be like similar characteristics, a group composed of members. So, I mean, you've got like a club, a team, group composed of members that have similar characteristics. A body, group composed of members that have similar characteristics. I mean, you do have... Yeah, that's the sum of it. Yeah. Yeah. It's crazy, Smet. It's crazy. And is also a member of the 6th clue. So whoever this is, a member of the 6th clue. a member of the sixth clue, and the sixth clue is a group composed of members that have similar characteristics. Member of the group with similar yeah, that's what the final, so like the final answer of these forms the solution, which is a member of the sixth clue. A group composed of members that have similar characteristics. I mean, it could be like a cult, it could be a team, a band, a club, a gang, but then there's loads of those other words, you know, like a murder of crows and like a crow, what do you call them? Like a litter of puppies, you know? But none of those have 4-letter words that also mean the same thing, you know? A squad of squids, a parliament of owls, yeah. That's such a good one. A parliament of owls. Oh, a school. SEHOOL, but hool is not a word. Hool is not a word. Make sure I'm not. A group composed of members that have similar characteristics. I had also thought that, you know, the fact that it's composed could be like songs or notes or, you know, but a group composed of members that have similar characteristics could be like teeth with 3 E's. People. I don't know how you get a 4-letter word and a 6-letter word that both answer that clue. A group composed of members that have similar characteristics. Club, team, band, club, cult, gang. A group. Yeah, that's what I'm trying to think, Neem, yeah. Yeah. Coconut wants it rum, fishes quokka cavil. Informs you that there's no school today. Okay. So these are the letters we have here, but each of the groups of three, the three shaded squares, form a word that also answers the clue. So each clue is a hint for two different words, the long word and the short word. So each answer has to contain both words that could answer the clue. There's nothing I can think of in this first case. There's nothing I can think of that would work. Kept behind locked doors. Treasure. Like belongings, items, jewels, stones, money, sequestered, kept behind locked doors. You could all, well, that maybe that is it. That it's not what is kept behind locked doors, but it is another word which means to keep something behind locked doors. So you could secure it, but cur is a slur. It's not a. It's not a word for keeping things safe. Like safety, for example, is 6 letters, but fet. If you think, I'd say if you think you might know the answer, just yeah. But you're working with 6 letters for each of these and 7 letters for this. These are the rules, Neem. So each clue is a hint for 2 different words. The word below it, which is the long word, yeah, 6 squares, and a second smaller word found within that word. Yeah. You can see the rules, yeah. Each letter in the small word will be included in the next clue's long word. Yeah. Claustrophobic. But yeah, just remember, if you are guessing, keep it out of the chat. If you're seriously guessing. I mean, prison is ISO. I don't think it's like short for isolation, but it's not really. Kept behind locked doors. The 3-letter word has to have the same meaning as the long. Think of it from the clue side of things rather than the answer. So the clue could have 2 branches from it, which would be 2 different words. So kept behind locked doors could be I don't know what it could be. It could be something. I just need to make sure I'm not missed a call. Sorry. No, I think it's okay. I'm guessing using a thesaurus would be cheating. Kind of. I feel like it would be. I feel like it would be. But it also wouldn't necessarily be helpful. Did we give up on rum? Can affect one greatly when made by someone with a strong spirit. Right? Maybe. The rum is gone. Why is the rum gone? Well, listen. If it is that rum is a strong... I mean, rum is a strong spirit. Right? That is true. But what is the whole thing of can affect one greatly when made by someone with a strong spirit? Rum is not the answer for the clue. Rum is a strong spirit, but it's not what can affect one greatly. You know? And I think... Well, I think the clue has to lead you to the word, not part of the clue. The answer is more rum. You know? Should take a shot every time we're wrong. It's like noon. Hey, Tox, how you doing? You arrived after the rum is gone. After the rum is gone. Only fools carry on. So let's say this: validity of a statement clear. Makes the validity of a statement clear. Makes the validity of a statement clear. As a whole thing, that seems to be saying it makes it clear whether a statement is valid or not. Yeah, is it true or false? Makes the validity of a statement clear. Can rum make it clear? You know, with like certain alcohol, isn't it like whiskey or something where doesn't it get its color from like it starts off as clear, doesn't it, and then it gains its color through something. Yeah, the casks. That's it. It's the casks. Right. And maybe rum could make it clear. If you just shoved rum in at the beginning. Then most strong alcohols get colored by the tannins in wood. Yeah, that's why the longer you have it in, right, is usually why it's darker. Kept behind locked doors. I mean, otherwise you're talking like Jails. I mean, kept behind locked doors could be like, inmate. I mean, a mat. Inmate. Kept behind locked doors. The dark rum color is from molasses. Is it? That's actually from the molasses. Yeah, mat as in doormat. Wait, of course. Yeah, inmate does fit. Yeah. I mean, maybe some people keep a mat behind locked doors. Maybe that's what, you know, people do. A mat is behind a locked door and you head. There you go. Fuck's right. I mean, you could say kept behind locked doors could be inside, and then you could have Sid, right? I mean, Sid is definitely going to have to be kept behind locked doors. Sid is full of mischief. Hey, Unsettler, Dan, solving the still water puzzle. I did the first one with the books, but then it said about the West Spring, Waters of the West Spring. So I don't know. I haven't solved that yet. I thought it might be involving the waters from the still and going around different places. To be honest, I probably would have done some stuff with that today, but I found this in the bedroom and I've been obsessed with it since, because I'm desperate to try and figure it out, and it's really bloody tough. So yeah. Who's behind is kept. Interesting. It's a kept behind. I mean, okay. Kept behind locked doors. Secret, but CRE is not a word, right? How is a cre? Kept behind locked doors. Hey Derp, it's Ryan Seacrest. Of course. I'm... Hello. Secure and cur, isn't cur is not a... Cur is like, isn't that like a dog? That's what they yell at you in Skyrim. Used to mean low life. You mangy cur. That's what I hear a lot, you know. Oh, you're such a mangy cur. Get back in your cell, you mangy cur. Ugh. Also, how do you know it's not in the next clue, Smet? Feels really offensive. Oh, I mean, it's an insult. Yeah, it's definitely an insult. Mangy cur is like... I think that's something that people would use in medieval times or something, right? I feel like Shakespearean or something. Is the clue? No, sorry, no. It's in the next answer. It's found in the next answer. So the letters in these three are found in this long word, not in the actual clue itself. Each letter in the small word will be included in the next clue's long word. Yeah, it could be in any order. Yeah, it's just that the letters are in this word. And so on and so forth. On a certain scale, this is very hot. This is what makes me wonder. I mean, it's just... This is very hot. Fire is very hot. I don't have a lead. I don't have a lead. Can affect one greatly when made by someone with a strong spirit. So what's a strong spirit? A strong spirit is obviously alcoholic, but also it could be when made by someone, an argument, like an opinion, pin. When made by someone with a strong spirit, can affect one greatly when made by someone with a strong spirit. It could be like opinion. Argument doesn't fit. But emotion. Like a, you know. The problem, yeah, you don't know. Yeah, it doesn't let you know. You're right. I think you need some coffee. I think I do too. I think I do as well. They do seem to like their alcohol in this game. Opinion, argument, emotion. Like, do you know what I mean? Like, I'm thinking, can affect one greatly. Like, someone with a strong spirit, someone who's like, maybe optimistic or hopeful or or emphatic about something could be making something. They're making a case, you know, they're making pin? What does pin? Pin. Can affect one greatly. Pin. No. That's not going to be. Now we can message you when we think we know the answer but don't want to spoil for slide. Yeah, sorry Derp, you're going to get slammed. Right. I'm going to make coffee in about 5 minutes. There's just a few minutes on some ads before some ads happen. When they come, I'll make some coffee, but before then I just want to go through and make sure I think similarly with each clue, you know. I think that matters. So so maybe it's like, you know, made by someone with a strong spirit, it can affect one greatly. A plea, a request, but EQU, that's not anything. A could also be a story or made by someone with a strong spirit. Made by someone with a strong spirit. I don't know. I don't know if I'll ever get this. This is very, very hard. Okay. Makes the validity of a statement clear. Truth. So validity could be the truth of it. Usefulness. Or its utility maybe. But UTI isn't, you know, you definitely don't want that. Truth, usefulness, What's another word? What members? Is that an anagram? No, it's not. Don't be stupid. I don't even know, frankly, I don't even know if this is going to lead me on to anything really good, you know, because this is something that certain, you know, some of you have found this way before I have, so I don't really feel like it's, I don't know, I'm not sure what it's going to lead to, so hopefully it's something worthwhile, but yeah. You mean, is this a side quest? Yeah, I wonder if it's just something that's kind of like, okay, it would have been useful, you know, 50 hours of gameplay ago. I don't know. Okay, I'm gonna grab a coffee. I'm gonna make another drink, and refill my water, and have a little moment. Maybe it's a hint for the workshop. Oh, honestly. Right. Okay. Quest that never dies. Yeah. I don't know what 3 letters could be anything to do with this. Makes the validity of a statement clear. I don't know. Okay, I need to go make a drink. Bob, I'll be right back. Okay. Right. What do we reckon? Oh, this is something else, isn't it? Right. So the only I can't think, like clue 5, I don't know, informs you that there's no school today. I have no idea. Is off a 3-letter word that would be no school today? Off? Maybe off? You're off. That's like, that's what you say sometimes, right? For if you're like not going into work or whatever. But it does feel a bit strange to be like, off is the word for no school today. I don't like that at all. Informs you that there's no school today. If that's something that's supposed to be 3 letters, then that could be... Wait, is office? Is that office? Off ice? Fuck. Shush. Oh man, this is so hard. I don't know. Welcome back to the Hartley's bedroom. Um... I was the child with an interest in puzzles and wordplay. The Baron has truly baffled me. I am baffled. The Baron's bafflers have baffled me. They have. I'm fucked baffled. Beyond baffled. Baffed. Okay. I'm just looking through to see if there's anything that talks about the Baron's bafflers anywhere. I don't think there is, but like obviously we've heard about them before, but I'm not sure that there's anything that would give us any sort of clue. I don't think so. I don't think that's the direction for us to head in. Unfortunately, I don't think so. Man, this game just goes... It seems to be that, like, the last few puzzles that we've had to do have all been absolute, like, mind breakers, you know? Kept behind locked doors. Oh. Hard mode activated. Dude, seriously. Oh, it's so difficult. Gonna take a break from reading. You finished page 384 out of 590. Wow. Oh, you've made good progress, Kader. Made good progress. Good luck on your walk as well. Crumpets. Crumpets. work. You ever had a crumpet? Pretty damn good, I'd say. Oh, they're the best. Crumpets can affect one greatly when made by someone with a strong spirit. Mm-hmm. They give your friend hiccups. Probably eat them way too fast because they're just damn delicious. I find with crumpets, that it's just like, you pretty much, you just want to get the whole thing in, you know? They are lovely. Do they have crumpets in this world? I like to hope so, Fluxer. I like to hope they do. I mean, America doesn't have them unless it's a specialist store. Yeah, I know. It's so... A world without crumpets is odd. I feel like, you know, English muffins, they've gone like, they're pretty well everywhere, aren't they? Like, you know, but crumpet. Man. Do you guys just have butter on them? I mean, I sometimes will have like Marmite on a crumpet. That's pretty good. Or like cheese spread or something is nice too. Makes the validity of a statement clear. Makes the validity of a statement clear. Oh shit, that's lovely. Melted cheese and ham. Bacon. I've never had either of those actually on a crumpet. My god. Oh, it's gonna be... okay. Right. I don't know. I keep going like, maybe this one, maybe this one, maybe this one. And I go to that one. And then I'm like, no, maybe not. On a certain scale, this is very hot. On a certain scale. 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 This is very hot. I think what it's trying to say is if you put this on a certain scale, it is very hot. I can't think of things that are like very hot. Sun, that's like one of the things, but what would that work on an astronomical scale? This is very hot. Makes no sense, but sure. Fuck. This is very hot. Hot is hot. So hot. I'm really unsure. Nothing is like, there's nothing that I'm finding I'm able to like just grip onto, you know? There's nothing that makes me think like that seems strange or that seems interesting. There's just nothing. On a certain scale, this is very hot. On a certain scale, this is very hot. Lie. Truth. Spice. Yeah. Pizza. Yeah. It can be murder. On a certain scale, this is very hot. Yeah, you never learn. But I don't think you should, you know, because that's the wonderful thing about pizza. This is what the pizza guy told you when arriving 30 minutes late. If you compare it to ice, it's very hot. Welcome, Dante. Hope you're well, dude. I'm trying to figure out these bloody puzzles, and it is hard. This is something we found in the bedroom. Mate, it's so difficult. What is very hot? That is 3 letters. It is 3 letters. What is very hot? That is 3 letters. A pen. A pie. A pie is very hot. Yes. I mean, I'm not being funny, but not ice, notice? You know, like, but that makes no sense. On a certain scale, this is very hot. Notice. Notice. Informs you that there's no school today. Sooner or later, you're gonna have to assume it's correct and work from there. Yeah, I did. I tried with rum. Yeah. I did try. I also, though, I feel like if I'm just gonna assume something's correct, but with no... when I actually don't think it is correct, then that makes me feel just super discouraged, because I'm like, right, say notice. That makes no sense for the thing. Not ice is very hot on a certain scale. Sure. But that's 2 words, not 1 word. Right? And ice is very hot compared to super ice. Right? So, if I'm then using that as an example and going, well, ICE needs to fit into here, there's no chance. No chance. And what it would inform you that there's no school today? What would inform you of that? It could be like a letter, you know? Okay, a letter, a phone call, a fax, maybe a fax. Teletext used to watch teletext to see if your school was closed. Radio, spitting facts. That's what I do. I'm out, I can't take it, I'll be back in an hour. Dude, welcome back in an hour. I understand. I understand. This is pain. Hiding, kept behind locked doors, hiding. Dead. 'Cause I'm just guessing. I'm totally throwing shit at the wall to see if anything sticks, and I just can't. I cannot seem to find out what it might be. Makes the validity of a statement clear. A question. Proofs. Proves. But pro and pro, I mean, that does nothing. An answer. This is the thing, True Power, you're right, I could, but like, that's another thing that I feel like is another big thing that I've been looking at for the last 2 days and like not really got much of a clue. You know, so it's like, I do feel now I'm in a place where wherever I look, I'm just like, this is a fucking wall, you know? Like, yeah. He's in too deep with no ladder. Ladder? Of course. Ladder! I am, like, I am. I don't know. It's like the maybe the only thing that I could do is the secret hue thing, the hidden hue, and think about, you know, maybe Chamber of Mirrors and all that sort of stuff, but it's like, I still don't know with that, and so everywhere now is just like, fuck, I don't know, and it's really tough. I've got no leads. I've got nothing that is a line that I can follow. Maybe the Chamber of Mirrors is a lead, and maybe the West Spring is the still in the Moonshine Chamber, but the Moonshine Chamber. But it's just utterly discouraging. I don't know. That's how it feels right now. It's like I cannot see how to progress. I cannot see it. This is an absolute bastard of a puzzle. Very amazing to have this sort of thing in here, but that's why it's kind of like you get to this point of the game and it is like there is nothing within the world that could solve this. You know, this is a self-contained puzzle as far as I'm aware, as far as I know. I would be happy if you told me that there's something I can find that would give me a clue for this, but I don't think that's the case. I think this is all we see. And I've got nothing to go off. Can affect one greatly when made by someone with a strong spirit. Hope. Hopeful. I mean, I don't know. I don't know other strong alcohols. Strong spirits would be like acetone, you know, like white spirit, ethanol, but THA is nothing, alcohol is nothing, because the 3 letters give me nothing, you know? Why is acetone and alcohol closer? That's weird. The spacing. Can affect one greatly when made by someone with a strong spirit, like drinkles. Bloody Mary, yeah. can't quite get to grips with the Bloody Mary. I've tried a few, but every time I'm like, I'm not sure if I like it or not. Definitely will curse a name for this puzzle, yeah. Absolutely. I mean, as far as what is kept behind locked doors. Kept behind locked doors. Keep. If it was keep behind locked doors, then that would make me think that that's the verb, right? To keep something behind locked doors. So to secure, to you know, whatever it might be, to contain or something, right? But kept behind locked doors makes me think it's a noun. It's something that is, you know, something like inmate, right? But mat is not gonna work. Like a kept behind locked doors. Tigers. Lots of people keep mats on the inside. Inmate? I would never in a million years think mat is the answer to what you keep behind locked doors. A mat. Kind of fit one greatly when made by someone with a strong spirit. Would be like a speech. What are other names for speech? Speech. A speech. I mean, I don't know, maybe I need to use a thesaurus for this. I don't want to use a thesaurus for anything that's in the clue, if that makes sense. Because I think if I'm using it to be like, well, what does validity mean? But maybe if my answer, I'm kind of like, I'm looking for other words that mean speech. Maybe I could. I might be wrong entirely, but... no. I mean, I don't think there is. Fuck, man. Here's what I've got. Like, this is what it's coming up with. Address, appeal, commentary, debate, lecture, paper, rhetoric, sermon. But... you know... I don't think it is. The only way you know you're right is when you spell the word going downwards. This one, the first letters. But how can you know? S-P-E-E-C-H-E. I don't even have a clue. I don't know. Makes the validity of a statement clear. What else can someone make with a strong spirit? What else can you make with a strong spirit that could affect you greatly? Can affect one greatly. Makes the validity of a statement clear. I don't know. I don't know. I mean, society, S-O-C-I-E. No, so it's not society. That's 7 letters. A group composed of members that have similar characteristics. Like, I mean, it's not going to be tribe. It's not going to be village. It's not going to be family. Maybe family. Maybe, but Miley is nothing. Millie is not a word, so it's not family. A group composed of members that have similar characteristics. What else? You know, you've got you have a group composed of members. An orchestra. You've got dance, like a troupe. T-R-O, like U-P-E, but O-U-P-E is not a word. Oop. An oop. What an oop. Group composed of members that have similar characteristics. Fuck you, puzzle. Fuck you, Baron Baffler. You've annoyed me. You have annoyed me. Group composed of members that have similar characteristics. Similar characteristics. So a group of members. Group composed of members. A group made up of members. I mean, I'd thought of like songs. I'd thought of but songs doesn't do anything. Doesn't do a thing. Not even the 6 letters. Group composed of members that have similar characteristics. A species, like, it's too many letters. A genus, crowd, a group composed of members that have similar characteristics. But how could this last clue feels like it can't have 2 meanings. A group composed of members that have similar characteristics. I mean, unless you were like a body? A body? Body. You could have body be the answer. A member of the sixth clue. Body of a body politic, for example, a body of people. Definitely does. Group composed of members that have similar characteristics. Body. What's like the group? I mean, fuck, I don't know. A cabal. There's 5 letters. A caste. Like a brotherhood, sisterhood. Similar characteristics. Collection. Like a. I'm digging. Group composed of members that have similar characteristics. Fuck me, I don't know. I'd never be able to. Dude, I don't know if I can. I don't know. I'm trying so hard here. Like, a group composed of members that have similar characteristics. A group composed of members. Member. There's no other word with 2 E's, 2 M's. Remember. Beam. What else? What else do we have? A group composed of members that have similar characteristics. Let's say, what's like a group of, like you've got cluster, you've got like army. Okay, what's the different things in armies? You've got like legions. You have battalions. You have, again, troops. Well, no, no, it's not. Not as in troops, as in the troops, but you have the plural of a troop. But I don't know if that's relevant. You have members that have similar characteristics. A group composed of members. A choir, a chorus. It's all beginning with C. You know how like you got mammals and invertebrates and amphibians and all of that stuff? Are they a type of something? Is a mammal a type of something? Organism. You need to be good at crosswords. Is it cryptic crosswords, Fluxer? Is that the thing? A group composed of members. See, like, that's the thing, is like, that's the thing with cryptic crosswords as well. I do like doing a cryptic crossword, but the only thing with it, I've felt, is that it, well, first of all, at least with a cryptic crossword, you can, kind of, if you get one answer, it at least informs slightly a couple of others, but in most cases. But like with this, that's not the case. And with cryptic crossword clues, it's like, sometimes it is something that you don't know until you know. You're not a biologist, but for some reason your mind immediately drifted towards the animal kingdom for a solution. What's Clint's reptiles? That sounds cool. I've not heard of this. Kept behind locked doors. Kept behind locked doors. Like, so that's where I'd be like, you know, put kept. If it was a cryptic crossword clue, you'd be like, well, kept belongs behind something that could be a locked door. You know? But what could be a locked door? A locked door could be like a safe. You know, so you could have safe. Something. But then you got FE. Feck. And, you know, cryptic wise, again, I said before, but you have to look at things like affect. Can it affect one greatly? Right? Affect one. Affect could be change or mix around or I mean, if you literally were just to be like, can affect one, then you could put like eon, right? But that makes no sense for the clue. When made by someone with a strong spirit. It makes no sense. Neo. He's beginning to believe. I cannot see how this clue like I don't know. That's what's so difficult about this, is that it is using a type of clue that seems to rely on inside knowledge about certain tricks. I don't know. Makes the validity of a statement clear. On a certain scale, this is very hot. Makes the validity of a statement clear. Validity. 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 Sorry, I'm just trying to see if my noise gate is cutting off some of my words. I'm speaking quite quietly. Yeah, okay. Um... I don't know. I don't know. Ah, dear. Oh, God. Oh. This is, I can't see anything. I can't see anything. Informs, like, tells you, informs you that there's no school today. Informs. Oh. On a certain scale, this is very hot. Is there something where the word this is used in a different scale? But then, I don't know how the Each clue is a hint for two different words, the word below and a second smaller word found within that word. Each hint is a hint. Each clue is a hint for the small word as well as the long word. So, I don't know. I do not know where we begin. If you were just to say, like, it can affect one greatly when made by someone with a strong spirit. Can affect one greatly. How would you affect one greatly? You would... Either you could change it. Is there anything can affect one greatly? One greatly affected could literally just be the answer to the hint. When made by someone with a strong spirit. I mean, that sounds like a Matrix joke. It's not... That sounds so stupid. It sounds so stupid. To say Neo is anything to do with the answer. It's really not. It's really not. Eon. Fuck that. Made by someone with a strong spirit. Can affect one greatly. Oh, it's like the third ad break coming up, guys, of this maybe fourth, I don't even know anymore. I couldn't get drunken out of my head, then realized it wasn't that. So it's so tough, Fluxer, to get that out of your head. When your mind has picked up on something, it's so tough to not be thinking on it. You know what I mean? Yeah, it is, right. It's like you've focused down on something so that it's like anything else is just not. It's so hard to stop yourself from just returning to those places. You know? Kept behind locked doors. Game is a master of... It is. Yeah, it is. It truly, truly is. Hold on. I'm getting no... Fine. Oh, man. Kept behind. Maybe these are two separate sentences. Kept behind. If you're kept behind, you're held back. You are retained. You are retain? Gamers. The Wookiee is coming out. Yeah, man. It happens. Fucking happens. Okay, what else? Kept behind. The problem is where the 3 letters are. Okay. Okay. We could look at it that way. The 3 letters are here, right? They're not at the end or the beginning, but they're close to the end. Which means the composition of it can't end in certain letters. I'm gonna brute force this fucked puzzle one way or another. It could be hid, right? Something is hid. But it's not great. I'll be honest. Hid is not a great one. But let's say it is hid. The longer word could be hide. It could end in hide. But what else could it be? Kept behind locked doors could be... like 3 letters kept behind locked doors. I don't know how else that clue can mean anything. Kept behind locked doors. Kept behind locked doors. The thing is, kept is a past tense, right? Kept. Or, you know what I mean? It's like... I don't know what the correct term might be for it. Kept. To be kept. If something is kept, you would think another word for that would be ending in ed. Right? Which would make me think that the last letter of the 3-letter word ends in an E. Is an E. So, you know, you could be like jailed, for example, right? Or like that is a verb for it, kept behind locked doors. Or you're talking about something that is kept behind locked doors, or you're talking about locked doors looking like two letters. For example, I don't know what a locked door looks like. What does a locked door look like in terms of letters? Is there any letters that look like locked doors? I mean, I'm trying to think of everything here. What else could it be? Locked doors. Barred. But RRE is not a word. Kept behind locked doors. Behind is like backwards. Behind, kind of. Sorry, I'm really paranoid. I'm missing phone calls. I'm not. So you just need the 3-letter answers. The longer word just help confirm the 3-letter answer is right. Yeah. Yeah. I don't know how. Yeah, I do feel like the long word and the short word, it's just ways to each confirms each other, I suppose, but the short words are the ones that give you the true answer of the puzzle. There's just such little to go off. This is insane. It's insane, man. And it is a bit annoying. It's like, if you know, you know. But if you don't, there's not even a fucking clue. Which unfortunately is a bit of a truth about cryptic crosswords anyway. Like in cryptic crosswords, you'll have certain puzzle makers that even will have certain styles or certain tricks that they use, you know? And that's just something you only can get by doing them. But obviously with this is the only example of such a thing in this game. That's tough. I feel like everything else in the game is answered by something you can either find within the game. I don't think that this is. This seems to be, oh, you need to know something outside the game to get it. Informs you that there's no school today. Something class, and it ends in ass. Maybe an ass informs you that there's no school today. Informs means it means inform. Oh God. I don't know. Man, this is tiring. On a certain scale, this is very hot. On a certain scale. On a certain scale. This is very hot. Um... Certain scale, this is very hot. Temperature, weight, time. What scales do we have? What different scales? What do we use to measure different things? Length, how would that refer to heat? You know? This is very hot. I mean, I thought maybe like steam was to do with something, but I mean, fuck that. I mean, on a certain scale, like on a certain scale. On a scale of 1 to 10, 10 is very hot. On the... Oh man, I don't know. I don't know. Scales. Hey, Stroppy. I don't know. I don't know how much I can... I don't think there's anything I can do to help my situation. Other than Googling it. What 4-letter answers have you come up with? None. None. None at all. It's like... That's not even true. Sorry. Cult, team, band, club, gang... a fair few, you know. Occult is witchcraft, isn't it? It's the occult is like the sort of study of dark practices or whatever, so it's not a group. Well, you are a member of the occult, I suppose. That's the closest I can get. Do we think? But then what would the letters be? You know, this is hard to work it backwards because 3 of these letters would therefore be in here somehow. But how can you know which would be that? Out, maybe? Out? Cut? A member of the 6th clue. On a certain scale, this is very hot. On a certain scale, this is very hot. I mean, if the last one is occult, then this would make sense. A member of the sixth clue. It's something like, hey, this person is part of the occult. But is the occult something that even is in this game? Like, I don't know. I do not know. It's just constant. You've had multiple correct answers today, you just don't know which or if they were for the correct clue. That's somewhat encouraging, but... I have not a clue how. Informs you that there's no school today. Informs you that there's no school today. Informs you that there's no school today. And the answer needs to have 3 of the letters from the bottom one. This is another chessboard situation. It's much worse. Yeah, this is hard. This is like legitimately hard. I have no... The chessboard situation, once I found the answer, was just kind of like, okay, but this, I don't... The chessboard had stuff that you could look at to be like, look, there's a hint, here's another hint, here's something else. This is these clues, but it feels like, unless you know the methodology and the wordplay that is going on, you cannot figure it out. You could say you've been baffled. Ah, absolutely. I have been fully baffled. The baff has been hard. Hey, what's up, Tanky, as well? Good to see you. Imagine how hard it is for someone who isn't a native speaking English. Absolutely, yeah. Absolutely. It's the same with the gallery puzzle, isn't it? Like, but I feel like even the gallery puzzle had... I mean, the words themselves were tough to find, but I feel like at least you had things that were happening in there that you could look at. I guess you do with this. I suppose you do with this. It's fair enough. But, yeah. Would have been difficult to translate this game. Oh, massively. Yeah. 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 How many people use the word ruminate? It's not even in most people's vocabulary. No, it's not. It's true. Yep. I only know like rumination from like different books on like worry and stuff like that, you know. For the record though, I think it's good to have a game that, you know, that expects, you know, it's got quite a high bar, I think, but yeah. Or at least it's got a good range, isn't it? It's got stuff that is actually really bloody difficult. Yeah. I mean, bartender. Bartend? Is that even a word? To bartend? Because that would be art, which can affect one greatly when made by someone with a strong spirit. I'm gonna go with it. We'll see. Informs you there's no school today. I tried parent, but then the 3-letter word is ent, and I just love the idea of a giant tree person appearing in my bed being like, honey, school is cancelled. Home. It's definitely genre breaking. Good to see new concepts for games. That's why I'm a huge fan of indie development. Yeah, I agree. It's really, really good. This game is quite incredible. Nailed the voice. I definitely nailed my voice. Oh, yes, we're still on it, Sassy. Drink it up. Drink it up. Enjoy the... Just drink in the suffering. Taste it. Have you tried rum in real life? So I don't know if there is a bartender, you are tending the bar. To bartend, I don't think is a word. I don't think it's a word. For the... Just for the pure, let's try it. I'm just trying it. But I don't think bartend is a word. However, if you were bartend... I mean, are you bartending? Then yes. Then to bartend must be a word. If you can be a bartender, then you can tend the bar. You can bartend. And if you bartend, then you can affect one greatly. With a strong spirit. And then art also works. Which can affect one greatly when made by someone with a strong spirit. It does, it works. I think it might be that. I'm just putting myself out there. Now that means that the 3 letters above must have those letters on it. That's what I'm thinking, Neem. It might be. It might be. A bartend. Yeah, true. You could be like, barkeep, bartend, a gin, now. Yeah. Gone these nuts, nice. Art can affect people too. That's it. That's why I'm thinking it works. It's because art can actually affect people. So, kept behind locked doors needs to have needs to have 3 letters that are from this word. So, kept behind locked doors. kept behind locked doors, bartend. AR. Sorry, no, these three have to have letters from them. Okay, so it's gotta have either an A or an E, if not both. Kept behind locked doors. Bear. A bear should be kept. I mean, it should not be kept behind locked doors, really. But, you know, if a bear was in your house, then you should probably keep it behind locked doors. In the situation where a bear is inside your house. Okay. What else? Kept behind locked doors. Bar. You bar someone from coming in. To a place. Bar. But how would that work? Something bar something. Kept behind locked doors. More doors. Sold. Yeah, Neem, I don't know. If you're having serious guesses, yeah, I will get down there, but yeah, I'm just up here at the minute. Just if there's something that you think it could be, that's what I'd say. Don't put it in the chat. Or, yeah. You don't have serious guesses, only failed ones. Mordor. Kept behind locked doors, including B. Bar could have worked. Net? No. Rat. Red. Kept behind locked doors. Bar. I don't know what the long word would be. Bar. Bark. Embark? That's nothing to do with being kept behind locked doors. If you embark, you're on a journey. If you always needed a key for den, that would be an elegant answer. Yeah. I don't think I have either. Fine, Neem. I guess I'm not looking for directions. That's the only thing. I'm not looking for hints or tips or anything, you know. But I might be soon. This is the closest I've got to it, so, you know. You do have an idea of what the 3-letter word is in the heat question? Really? Yeah. That's where we're at, right? That's where we're at. I don't know, man. I don't know. So let's go the other way down. Let's go down. Make the validity of a statement clear, right? ART. If ART is what is in this word, art,
then ART needs to be somewhere in this 6-letter word. So we need to have those letters in it. And that makes the validity of a statement clear. Now, I don't have a clue what this would be. You think it's farting? Yeah. I think it could. It could be that. Makes the validity of a statement clear. As long as it's got an A, R, and a T in it somewhere, you could say that makes the validity of a statement clear. A statement clear. Clear. What's another word for clear? Like transparent, apparent, obvious, obvious, apparent, transparent, seen, agreeable, hey, what's up, Beans? Hello. Hope you're well, dude. You're affected greatly when someone with a strong spirit fights near you. Informs you that there's no school today. Pigeon fits in the 3-letter word would be eon, which is a word. Please ignore that this makes absolutely no sense with the question, though. So I was thinking eon before about this can affect one greatly. So maybe pigeon is the one. Makes the validity of a statement clear. Rationale? Rationale. You ratify? But how is rat? Rat's an animal. How does that make anything to do with the validity of a statement? It doesn't. It doesn't. And ratify is not the same. Anyway, that's just a word that... Yeah, no. Treat, and you entreat, treaty, but that would be TRE. Locked doors makes me think these all relate to things in the game, but you can't make connections other than first and maybe third. Can you? Interesting. See, I have no idea. I have no idea. It's just interesting to me how we have two things that could be clues. We've got occult, which I've got as the final answer. I don't know if it's true. I don't know. Are we talking about approving documents or turning people into rats? Well, maybe. Maybe there's some like lab experiment or something. Unless it's like the prison, you know, like someone grasses on someone, you know? Nah, that's not going to be it. It could be both. It could. A group composed of members that have similar characteristics. I've had cult as the 4-letter word and occult as the 6-letter word. That's my guess currently, right? If it is that cult is oh no, it's not. It's not that. Sorry, no, it's not that. The word might be occult, but this word, clue 5, needs to have these 3 letters contain 3 letters from this word. So, So the only way that I can think that it would work is if this 3-letter word had things like cut. Let's just write some of these down. Cut. Cot. Lot. Out. I don't know how there can be anything else. So, I'm not sure. No hints. Sorry, Fluxer. No hints, dude. That's annoying. So it's not... Alright, so it's not a cult. Okay. Yeah, please, everybody, I know it's hard, but if I can't get it, I definitely will ask. Yeah. No, it's okay. It's alright. It's all good. I just, yeah. I could put it in big text on the screen, but it's just... I understand the difficulty with it, for sure. Like, especially if you see me going down a route that's not right, you know? Truthfully, though, it's like, that would be where eventually I would be able to weed out what's wrong, I suppose, but yeah, it's all good. I need to figure out bartend. Can you scribble on the screenshot? No. No. Definitely don't mean to spoil it. I don't know the answers anyway, but let me know if you prefer I didn't share any thoughts you have about the riddle. No, it's more just to do with... Like, I think there's some people who want to, if they stream, they want to do it where it's like a shared figuring out the puzzle, right? It's a tough one. It's not exactly like a rigid line for me, but in the most part, I try to figure it out if I can. I'm just stubborn. The notes thing is a bit of a pain though, yeah. Okay, so a group composed of members that have similar characteristics, then we don't have this. I've tried writing down loads of different things that groups could be. A group composed of members. I don't know. Not a clue. Not a fucking clue. Back to square one. But it's better than having the wrong answer. So, bartend is the closest I have to any of this. So then, therefore, we need to work on 1 and 3. Right? 1 and 3. Let me put these like so, and then you can see. Okay. Bartend. Kept behind locked doors, and it will have letters from bartend in it. Kept behind locked doors. I mean, to be kept behind locked doors with 3 letters? Locked doors? Locked doors. Kept behind... I don't know what it could be, but, like, you could have, like... What 3-letter words can we get from bartend? That's, you know, that's literally what we're gonna have to do, I think. T, ben, bed, ten, ted, det. Sure. Eight, eat, end, rat, art, tar. Sorry, Waika, hey, sorry dude, welcome. I've already done this and not contributing, but happy to take whispers if people want to guess without spoiling in the main chat. Thank you, dude. Then the B would be part of the final solution if bartend is the right word. No, so the A of the first letter of the smaller word. So it would be whatever this letter is, this, and this. Oh god. My notes are a mess. Oh well. T8 eat end rat art tar ben bed ten dead dead. Ear kept behind locked doors. Ear. Could that be ear? If you ear someone, come here. Do you really? That's a funny name. Yeah. You clip someone around the ear. You keep the whole world behind a locked door. Could literally be anything. The closest thing I have is bar. Because that would make sense. You bar something. You know, you or ban. Maybe ban? But then... what other words for jail do we have? You... The slammer. Keep my bra locked away, yeah. Yeah, bra, true. Bat. Kept behind locked doors. Keep the bat safe. You I'm trying to just say syllables and see what makes sense. Let's say we have ban. Right? What goes before and after ban? Band? Bank. Bans. Kept. Kept behind locked doors would be... It's not enough letters, I don't think, to be... Yeah. You could bar something. You could bar it. Like locked doors are barred. You bar something from coming in or going out. It's a bit weird. Arn. A-R. Okay, come back here. T8 eat. Eat 8 T end. Sounds the most sensible so far. Bar. I just don't know what the long word would be, because bar needs to be followed with... bar would need to be followed with an S, but that would make it a present... What's it? Present tense or infinite tense or something? All the tenses, I don't really understand them, but... Or I've forgotten. I learned at some point, but bark, barn, you know, like bar, snared, maybe snared, A-R-E. But then both first letters are A. And that already makes things difficult. That makes it very difficult. Unless it's someone called Aaron or an aardvark, I don't think that's the right answer. It was an aardvark all along. And Babbage. Okay. So it's not snared. Oh yeah, it wouldn't be snared anyway, because how would R be the answer to the clue? Kept behind locked doors. It wouldn't make sense. Sorry. Fuck. Come on, dude. Kept behind locked doors. Kept. Bark. Bark. Bar. Do you think some words might be very specific to the game? No, I don't. I don't. That's the problem. Just wondering if you even have a chance. Honestly, I think this is for that reason, I think this is the hardest puzzle that is in the game that I've come across. Because every other puzzle that we've done has had some other clue that has helped to push towards this. There may be another clue, I don't know, but there's nothing that makes me think there could be, you know? Do we know which is the use of those words? Sorry, I don't understand. What's the use of those words? Don't want to keep guessing for you, just to be like, oh yes, a group of people. Naturally, it's the Gakusop. Yes. Yeah. I don't think that's the case, Neem. I don't know what we'll do with the solution, no. If that's what you mean, Tanky. I don't know if that's what we end up doing. Oh, I see. I think it gives us something, but I don't know what. I don't know what. It said the final part of this says the first letter of each of these grey words. So this, and this will spell out another word, and that's the week's. That's the solution for the week, and that word will spell out a member of the sixth clue, and the sixth clue is a group composed of members that have similar characteristics. So this should give us a member of that group. So it's going to give us something, but it's probably going to be lore based, which makes me think it's not incredibly crucial. I don't know. But we're in it now, so I don't want to leave it. Makes the validity of a statement clear. We know that this answer will have ART in it somewhere. Makes the validity of a statement clear. Farce. Makes the validity of a statement clear. You have a chance to win something. This would be something like army and soldier, I guess. Yeah, yeah. I mean, that's what I think. I wonder, honestly, Unsettler, if it's gonna be whatever this answer is, right? I wonder if it's gonna be someone on the estate. Maybe it's like giving lore about someone on the estate. I can't. I'm stuck on this. The fact that we have bartend is already a miracle. It just came through bartender, and I'm not even sure that it is the answer. I'm not sure. It just seems to be. It seems to answer the clue in both ways. So, yeah. Something makes the validity of a statement clear. So the validity of a statement is whether it's true or false, right? It's to do with if it's a valid statement. What will make the validity of a statement clear? What will make that clear? There's not a way to check if the words are right or no. There's not a way. It's such a hard puzzle. It's so difficult. The only way is if the definitions seem to make sense, right? And if they seem to make sense, then I know that it's something we can go off. So the second clue, or the second direction here, each letter in the small word, in this case it's art, A-R-T, each letter in the small word will be included in the next clue's long word. Yes. Yes. So what I do know is that clue 1, this 3-letter word here will contain letters from this word. Yeah. I can work it backwards and forwards, basically. So bartend, there is a combination of these letters that is the 3 letters here. And the 3 letters here will mean the definition to be kept behind locked doors. Has anyone here ever sent in a crossword from a newspaper? I feel like as a kid maybe we did like puzzles in the beginning, in the you know, different magazines or whatever. Maybe we did them. I don't think I've ever won anything though. Let me just check my phone, sorry. Okay, nothing yet. It's fine. Eat and kept behind locked doors. Kept behind locked doors. You are interred, you are detained, retained, you are yeah, I know, I've looked at the same thing. Yeah. Baron. Okay. Neem, that's amazing. That is amazing. Retain has art in the word. Yes, it does, but if you're working it backwards, you have to have these 3 letters contain these. Yeah. So retain would be T-A-I, but there's no I in bartend. Is it Baron or Barroz? What is rum in German? Salt? Oh my god. And would it need to be retained to be the right tense? I think so, because kept is kept makes me think it's gonna be an ED. Ooh, kept makes me think it's gonna be an ED. So what ends in E that could mean kept? Bay. It's Bay. I knew it. Kept behind locked doors. Welcome back, Kata. Rum is rum in every language. Confirmed. Hey, Vroom as well. How are you? Welcome. Welcome, everybody. This is a tough old puzzle. I just want to make sure I've got this right. Each letter in the small word will be included in the next clue's long word. So this small word, the grey, each of these letters will be included in this word. Now I think we know this word. I think it's bartend, which means that this word has to contain letters from the word bartend. Yeah, we are right on that. So I also think that because it's kept, it is a past tense, or it has to end in an ed. Is there any other way? Ent, maybe ent. En. Tent? Tent? Tent. Kept behind locked doors. Is there anything that's tent? No, because then, sorry. No, forget that. Because then that would be 10. That doesn't make sense. That doesn't make sense. Fuck, man. Just woke up. Nice, dude. Nice. Well, you might need some coffee for this, I'll be honest. This is horrendous. Kept behind locked doors. I mean, it could... Okay, alright. It could be two meanings. And it could be that one is to bar someone, to bar something in, right? To keep it behind locked doors, you could bar it. You could... Maybe? Do you bar something? To bar something from exiting? To keep it behind locked doors? Would that work? Kept behind locked doors still wouldn't make sense. Bar. It's not barred, you know, it's bar. Kept behind locked doors. Ugh. You rather drink sparkling water now? Had enough coffee for today? Yeah. Yeah. I find that feeling when you've had enough like tea or coffee like one of the worst feelings, because sometimes you just want another tea, you know? But when you just kind of, you know that you're kind of like, oh, I'm done on tea. It's sad times, you know? You never want to be done. Bet rat ata end. I don't know. Kept behind locked doors. I have the letters right here. How? One of these three-letter words must mean something that answers this goddamn clue. It must. And it's not Bay. And I cannot see. Oh, yeah. Oh, you're wrong. Yeah. Oh, you're wrong. Oh, in which case we go back to nothing and we start again. Although I'm not that far from having nothing. It's only been, what, 5 hours of looking at this? It is. It's 5 hours. This is a safe without buttons. Yeah. Dude. Honestly. If it is not bartend... What else could it be? Martini? A martini can affect one greatly when... Maybe martini? 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 It's still got art. But then you're dealing with different things. Martini. Oh, please. I just followed. Charlie Howlett, thanks for the follow. How are you doing? Welcome. Thank you, dude. That's very kind. Welcome to the stream. Have you been playing Blueprints yourself? Bartend martini, shaken or stirred? Martini, right, okay, aim. Tin. Oh, wait. Detain. No, that doesn't work because we don't have that. Arm. Kept behind locked doors. You had a legit idea? Not sure where that came from. Not used to this. Dude, enjoy. Enjoy the feeling. I hope it leads to something. I don't know. Martini. Is that really it? Martini? That seems weird. But it would work for the clue. A martini can affect one greatly when made by someone with a strong spirit. If you put a strong spirit in a martini, it will affect one greatly. Maybe. Aim, tin, arm, kept behind locked doors. Ram. Fuck. It still doesn't make sense though. Tan? Tan? It still doesn't. And also list what you don't think it is.
2 hours later.
Ah, it's more like 5. Ram. Oh, I see. Why don't I just write down those 3-letter words? I could. Yeah, I could. I could. Air. Knit. Ran. Nah. Art. Ian. Is Ian kept behind locked doors? I think Ian's kept behind locked doors. Sorry, Ian. I don't know if there's any Ians in chat, but, you know. Poor Ian. 2 weeks later. Jesus. Tan. rim. I don't know. None of those seem to fit. None of them seem to fit. Kept behind locked doors. What would be kept behind a locked door? You should be able to list them all. Yeah, if we started from the beginning, that's true. I mean, man and mar. To mar something is to hurt it or harm it. That's not to lock it behind doors. Also kept behind locked doors. I mean, if you keep something behind a locked door, it could be a noun or it could be a verb. I've got no more snoozers for these ads. You know what, I might go pop to the bathroom and then I'll be right back. Had a lot of water. Yeah. Alright, hold on. BRB. Gonna need a lot more monkeys and typewriters, dude. Yeah, holy shit. Ma. Only 26 to the 37 options, yeah. Easy. Kept behind locked doors. I can't see why any of these options would work. I can't see how, you know, kept behind locked doors. Kept behind locked doors. A toilet is kept behind locked doors. Kind of. In air, I mean air kept behind locked doors. Ram arm. Okay, so let's work it the other way. It's still art that goes down the other way. Make the validity of a statement clear. And so I actually don't know. This might not be. It just might not be that martini is the right answer. Step up your anagram game. Ah, do you think we mint art arn air ram ran rim rit tin tra tam tim nim min mit mia Ari, Ira, Inna. These grey parts, Sassy, these grey parts, the letters that are in this grey part must be in the overall word of the next part. Yeah? So therefore you could say that within this part, all these letters, there is a three-letter combination that would be the answer that fits in this. So if we have the answer for this, I know that this 3 letters will be some word from this group of letters. So it either means that I haven't found what those 3 letters could be, or we've got the answer wrong. Now, earlier we said about, you know, maybe it's just a wrong answer. So then I thought, okay, martini, right? Martini fits the clue. It does. It fits the clue. But I'm looking at things and I'm going, well, I don't know what else I've got that I can make from martini. We know it's not bartend. We know it's not bartend. So martini, maybe. There's plenty. Okay, let's begin. Art. Aim. Aim. Art. Aim. Air. A-M-A-R-A-T-A-T, nothing. A-I doesn't work. So A-N, ant, ant, kept behind locked doors, ant. Ass. Ass. Don't keep that ass behind locked doors, sassy. Get them doomers. Get them doomers out. It's an emote. I just thought that was something you guys said. No, yeah, no, it's a 7TV emote. If you can see it on screen. If you don't have 7TV. I can't see anything there that I've... Okay, alright, I mean, let's go something else. So let's begin with M. Man, min, ma, mat, there is... Man, ma, mat. There is no more M-A words. There is no more. So M-I. Min, mit is not a word. Mir is not a word. Me is not a word. Mia is a name. So M is done. R. R-A-T. R-A-N. R-A-M. R-A-I? Not really. So then you have to go R-I. M. R-I-N? Nope. R-I-A? Nope. So that's the R's done. I can't see how there's anything else there. T. RA9, who is RA9? What's that from? Thought it was like, good day to you, sir. Doomer to you. Oh, that's funny. That's funny. Yeah, no. I often say about getting those cheeks clapping you know? T-A-R, T-A-M, T-A-N, Tam, Ta, Tan, T-A-I. It's not a word. Ta, Tam, Tan. There's not another one there. Tim, Tir is not a word. Tin. I'm sorry, I don't see how I'm missing extra 3 letters here. If you start with I, you have int. You have Ian. If you start with an N, you have Nam, Nat, Na, Nai. They're not words. Tin, Ian, Nam, Nat, Ira. I mean, these are names. That's... Oh, that's funny. A shrubbery. Nyeh. I can't see any more that I'm missing. I really can't. IRM is Nope. I think that's a name of a island or something. Okay, serious question. Have I missed anything now? Because I'm looking at this going like, I cannot see any more. It looks like we got them all. It looks like it. Okay. Kept behind locked doors. I can only say that an ant, a rat, makes sense. Tin. Spaceman, hello. Dude, this has been fucked. Like, it's been horrendous. Been horrendous. I don't think I'm right. I don't think I'm right. You really don't like Matt? Fuck Ian too, yeah. I mean, Matt. I'm sorry, if the answer is actually Matt, I think that is really bad. Kept behind locked doors, a Matt. Because I come up with inmate ages ago. But if it's a Matt, I mean, come on, you might as well say lamp, or like curtain, or floorboard. If it is actually Matt, I'd legitimately be annoyed. I really would. If it's Matt. If it's not, you can change it later, but for now it's not better. Yeah, I know. That's true. I know that inmate works as an answer for kept behind locked doors. I've had that, you know, down here. That was one of my earlier answers, but I didn't choose it for the very specific reason that Matt felt like a really dumb answer. Like, if that is actually what it is, I think that's bad. Like, that's something that, like, you would ask a group of children. And what do you keep behind locked doors? A chair? Yes, you could keep a chair behind locked doors. What else? Potatoes. Yeah, you could keep potatoes behind locked. You know, it's like, it's that level of answer. It could be anything. So it's kind of... That's weird. Does it sound dumber than random letters? No, but everything else, like, makes sense for the clue. But a Matt, I don't think it is. Yeah, that's fine. I'll move on. Just would be brilliant though. Hidden in plain sight, too simple for our sophisticated minds. Yeah. If we got it, we got it, but that would annoy me. Matt. Makes the validity of a statement clear. Okay. So we know that this answer has to contain the letters ART at some point. It's chess all over again. Makes the validity of a statement clear. I mean, this could be anything then. It could be like pencil. Except it can't because it needs to have ART. But I guess it makes sense as a doormat, but you have them usually in front of the door, not behind. Yeah, that's the thing. Yeah. Yeah. The truth about this one, right, is why inmate makes sense, because you know the phrase behind bars. You know that phrase. You've locked someone behind bars. But yeah, I don't know. Yeah. I've already said. That would annoy me. Makes the validity of a statement clear. So Dante, what we get, you have to get these words, right? And the ending result is this third direction. So the first letter of each of the grey words gives you a final word, and that final word is the solution of the clue. Yeah. So MA is the start of something. MA something. I think it's the start of something. Makes the validity of a statement clear. A statement is a sentence. A statement is a stance. If you make the validity of a statement clear, you are proving something, you are supporting something, or you are disproving something. You'd go to jail if they gave you martinis. Feels easier to work up than down. Yeah, it does, yeah. The problem is I don't have any idea of these clues. Not a clue. So if I know that, like, in this answer, somewhere is the letters TRA. Oh, I shouldn't have done that, actually. Keep them there. Because it's just as likely to be man. You can keep a man behind locked doors, keep an ant behind locked doors, or a rat. Sure. So I'll keep that list there, just in case. But actually, I'll push it out of sight so that it's not in mind. Still on the puzzle, dude. This is so rough. So rough. So, you can wipe the top half of that block. Oh, yeah, true. Yeah. Satisfying. You'll pretend you're in high school again, Sassy. Nice. Wait, prison martinis are not chilled. I sentence you to 30 years of drinking warm martinis. What's the bet? The answer will be a clue to a puzzle you already solved. I would say it's not, but I would say it's probably not a clue to a puzzle. I feel like it's just more of a lore thing. I don't know, but yeah. If it's Marion. It's Marion. I bet Marion is the answer. Makes the validity of a statement clear. Well, that would have to be starting with an R, wouldn't it? So, yeah, I don't know, actually. Maybe not. On a certain scale, this is very hot. An ion? Is an ion very hot? On the, you know... Not really. Ions aren't very hot. I think the comma has to be deliberate. In cryptic crosswords, it sometimes can be and sometimes can't be, right? If Marion was the answer, how would you use it? I'm still wondering how a single word helps us. Do we need the word for somewhere else? I don't know. Oh, sorry, no. I will say this. It's the answer, but it's a member of the sixth clue. The sixth clue is a group composed of members that have similar characteristics. So this, I'm guessing, but I'm guessing that the long word and the short word maybe form a title of a type of group or something. And then if we had a name, we would know that that person belongs to that group. Yeah? That's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking that this is telling us that Mary belonged to a certain group. But I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I'm just spitballing. Makes the validity of a statement clear. On a certain scale, this is very hot. Martini. Informs you that there's no school today. I really don't know. Makes the validity of a statement clear would be like... It could be... Makes the validity of a statement clear. Schools. If he was 5 days late with his publication and he's fucking with you. How could you have a word that has TRA in it? TRA. You could call it like, you know, treaty, for example. Yeah, but then your first three letters are TRE, so that doesn't work. And also, it doesn't really work as far as making a statement, making the validity of a statement clear. So it's not that. I've thought maybe it's like like your rationale would normally be your reasoning, right? Rationale would be like, that's what makes your argument clear, you know? But then rat would be the first three letters, and that wouldn't make sense. So then you go, okay, make the validity of a statement clear would be your sort of makes the validity of a statement clear. Validity. Your reason. And so TRE has to also work for the clue. The first three letters, sorry. Is that slanted N something puzzles like this do often? I have no idea why the N is on an angle. I don't have a clue. Not an idea. Third one's an absolute stinker, is it really? Makes the validity of a statement clear. Oh, it's not to do with like... The other thing would be like bank statements. I mean, it wouldn't be that, but say bank, like that side of statement. No, it wouldn't be. N is sick of this puzzle, wants to leave. Going away. It would be maybe. Well, what would be a three-letter word that would makes the validity of a statement clear? Entreat. No, it's not that. Validity of a statement clear. Okay. Alright. Maybe we have to look again at the next one. On a certain scale, this is very hot. I mean, I just don't know. I just don't know. The closest I can get is through Inmate and Martini. You keep thinking of those? I know, I'm the same. I'm the same. Like, validity of a statement makes the validity of a statement clear. I mean, the answer, if I'm honest, the answer would make the validity of a statement clear, or the facts or truth or like, yeah, proof or evidence, or, you know, but I don't know how I could have something where R, A, and T are in that word. You know, this is where I thought, like I was saying, treaty or entreat, which is too many letters. You makes the validity of a statement clear. Also, does it have to end in an S, or is it a noun? You know, so could it be like answers or explains? You realize the third one? Wow. That's awesome if so. Pa makes the validity of a statement clear. Pa. Yeah, SWE means nothing, and it needs a T as well. It needs a T in there. So it's like... you'd have to have the first three letters be good for the clue. Makes the validity of a statement clear. Arr. 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 I guess, okay, here's the other way of looking at it. We've got an MA. That's the other side of the clue. So we know that if it was gonna be a vowel, it would have to be... A pirate does contain art. Makes the validity of a statement clear to pirate. It would have to be... I mean, there's not really any vowels that work. M-A-I? Could be. But then there's not many three-letter words that start with I that could make sense for the clue. Makes the validity of a statement clear. So I'm thinking that it needs to be a consonant to start with. And if it needs to be a consonant to start with, you know, that's something that I guess we could start with that, right? I just know it's not, you know, it's not going to be like O or U or E. Because M-A-E, M-A-O, M-A-U are all words that you could have like Maureen, right? No, Maury, but we don't know anyone who's a Maury in the game. There is no Maury. If the game was like, yeah, you know, Maury's part of that club. Okay. Thanks. You know, I don't have a clue. So I don't think it's M-A-E, M-A-O, or M-A-U. So therefore, the letters, we are restricted. We cannot have it start with an A. And we could have it start with an I. So it might be I something. But an I is a very hard word to find three-letter words with. Never mind three-letter words that make sense for that clue. Like ice, sure, okay? Ice. So I think it's pretty clear that this is not an I either. I think it's a consonant for the purpose of the final answer. So yeah. So if it was like a B, okay, that's fine. Yeah. Keeping an eye out in case I get a phone call, by the way. Ugh. Almost midnight. Oh, jeez. It's gonna be midnight with me soon. I mean, not not really soon, but take care, Unsettler. Thanks for hanging out, dude. Sorry, we've just spent all day staring at a page, but thanks for the good luck. Yeah, appreciate it. This officially beats chess. I've been looking at this piece of paper for about 6 hours now. 6 hours. Record achieved. Yeah, this is more justified, for sure. Okay, I mean, okay, on a certain scale, this is very hot. If it was ice, it would work for Marion, because the first letter would be I, right? And you could say that ice is hot if you compare it to not ice. But I think I'm trying to force an answer, and I don't think that works. He's lost it. Staring at things is par for the course. It truly is. Yeah. Might come back to it, fresh eyes and smash it. Maybe. I don't know. Hot ice dreams. Hot ice is what they make the prison martinis with. Wet, steamy ice. Makes the validity of a statement clear. I don't know where we can go with that. I think it has to be like your argument, your rationale, your reasoning, your just don't know what the 3 letters could be. Makes the validity of a statement clear. Air makes the validity of a statement clear. I feel like the answer to it is really what you're asking is what makes the validity of a statement clear. Yeah? I don't think that clue can be anything else. In other words, something makes the validity of a statement clear. I don't think it's makes the validity of a statement clear. I don't think it can be anything else. Do you know what I mean? Like, I don't know how you can be... Like, I don't think it's a verb. Because otherwise, it's the S at the end of makes that turns it into a noun. 2 is Martini, all the others must be Martin. Also, it can't be that far removed from the other answers. Inmate, Martini. It can't be that far removed from it. Does it begin with T? T makes the validity of a statement clear. Treats? I mean, is it treat? No, because TRE. TRE is not a word. TRE is not a word. Forget that. Makes the validity of a statement clear. It's not like article, then you're with art and you have a double A, and that doesn't work. So an article is 7 letters. At least I feel now like we have some restrictions, like there's reasons why things can't be. You know, that's like something. Maybe it's Matt again. You know, for all I know, it's Matt. Yeah, and Matt makes the validity of a statement clear. It's the truth or false, Matt. You just have to stand on the mat, and it makes a statement clear. You've not used your own truth or false, Matt, before? Let's assume that it did start with an R, right? What could it be? What could it be? If it started with an R, you need a 3-letter word starting with an R that means something to do with it makes the validity of a statement clear. You know? Robots. It's either going to be R-A, R-O, R-U, R-E, or R-I. If it's R-A, what is your rag? What is your... If you rag, do you make the validity of a statement clear? If you rag, rab, if you ram, if you rack, if you ray, if you makes the validity of a statement clear. Yeah, rabbits. Ran. Yeah, I don't think that's it. Okay, let's say it's T. T-A-T-E-T-I-T-O-T-U. Ta. You could... What makes the validity of a statement clear? I mean, a lie? Could a lie do it? But then what would the 6th letter be? 6th letter word. Tab makes the validity of a statement clear. Attack, tad, tal, tam, tan, tap, tap, tag, tax. No, because you still need R in the word somewhere. And tax, I don't know what you would leave with tax. And I don't even know if tax is even... I don't think it makes sense. Makes the validity of a statement clear. I mean, a stamp, but then STA, that doesn't work. Is there another word for like a stamp? A validity of a statement. It makes it clear. Approval. Like a seal of approval, a stamp. Assert. An ass makes the validity of a statement clear. It's not going to be ass. Learning words with slide, yeah. Also, that still gives us MAA, so it's not that. It's not that. Makes the validity of a statement clear. I mean, what else could it be? You, comply. That doesn't have TRA on it. Makes the validity of a statement clear. Its relevance, validity could also be like relevance or usefulness or utility. So, you know, we could be like, it makes clear how relevant a statement is, how useful a statement is, which would be like, I mean, a rating. But if it was a rating, how does a rat make any sense? You know? It wouldn't, is the answer. But although Matt, whatever. And you're still dealing with ART. MAT is then used, and then it goes to ART. What would be the next one? Maybe it depends on the statement. Rat makes the validity of a... Is there any way your ass could make a statement clear? You could sit on a, like the, you know, ink pads, and it could say like, I approve of this message, and then just list all 6-letter words that contain those letters. Oh, true, I know, you could. What's the meaning of... No. Makes the validity of a statement clear. I mean, again, like you're looking at things like clarity, I don't know what the 3-letter word would be, even if we had the 6. If you make the validity of something clear. I do think it's like making something, you are like putting your stamp of approval on something, you know? Makes the validity of a statement clear. If it's invalid, you are still, you know, you are marking it down. You are the one who is I don't know. I don't know what the word is. Makes the validity of a statement clear. I don't have a clue. This is such a struggle. What meanings for statement do we have? So I would have like statement as in a sentence. I would have a statement as in a bank statement. Statement as in I don't know. Like an inventory. But kind of is, yeah. You have a politician's statement, also known as lies. Might be going completely off rails, to be honest, so I know nothing. Well, his is a will and testament. I still don't know. I still don't know what the three-letter word would be. Not a clue. You could say like signet, like a signet ring, you know? Or a wax seal, or... so difficult? Would you go to a wax seal museum? Probably not. Let me delve deeper and check the validity of his statement. Aren't cashews the best? I love a cashew. Okay. I need to just check up on some mail stuff. I've not received any call. Which is fine, but some ads are going to actually come up again. This is number 6 or 7. So 6, I think. So I'm gonna let them play, and I'm going to... I'll probably grab a drink, and... yeah. Just reply to a couple messages as well. So give me a couple minutes, guys, and then we'll continue. Continue. Alright, be right back. Alright. Blah, 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 blah. So, what do we have? I wish I could tell you that I went away and then came to some great realization and was like, I've got a eureka. But no, I've got nothing. This is hard. Makes the validity of a statement clear. Makes the validity of a statement clear. Makes the validity of a statement clear. Clear. Blah, 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 blah. On a certain scale, this is very hot. Maybe we could try cracking some different ones, because I can't get that third one. I don't know. The only thing is the first letter really does matter. So it's like, you know, that is something we can go off. We know that it's going to be a consonant or the letter I, sorry. But I don't think it's the letter I. And we also know the word should have the letters AR and T in it. The full word. But I don't know what a 3-letter word would be. Makes the validity of a statement clear. It could be lie, for example, right? If you had lie, a lie, I mean, it doesn't really make the validity of a statement clear. It doesn't. But then what would you put as the full word? You couldn't have things that run from lie, because that doesn't... The only words that you can go from there are like liege. Nothing that has like an R or a T. So lie does not work. Now, makes the validity of a statement clear could be like... I want to say it starts with an R, but I could be very wrong with that. SIG could be like how about in that riddle with the two guards where one speaks only truth and the other only lies? Yeah, that's true. Well, that does help in that situation. Whatever else could it be? Makes the validity of a statement clear. I mean, a statement. Validity of a statement. It's truth. It's... You kill them both. Okay. Alright, let's move on. Let's go to the next one. If it's MA something, what is the next one gonna be? You know? On a certain scale, this is very hot. Oh, Fluxer, it really is, dude. It really is. I'm trying. And I'm trying. Okay, here's one thing I've seen, right? Here's one thing I've seen. So, makes, and informs. Both of these are... What's the tense? It's like, is it present tense? Or is it... There's something. It's whatever tense it is, it's the same. It's like, it's makes. It's not... It did make, it makes the validity of a statement clear. It seems to be saying something that does that, and something that informs you. We're getting there. Man, maybe. Yeah. I feel like maybe. Something's coming closer, but I'm still so stuck. I don't know. Informs you that there's no school today. I don't know, I really feel like I can't see this. This is the toughest thing. Like, informs you that there's no school today could be... Still can't forgive Sinclair his face use of card. A face card. I mean, it's just hard, right? On a certain scale, this is very hot. I've said, like, notice, for example, right? Not ice is very hot on a certain scale. Notice. To me, a notice is what would inform you that there's no school today. Ice? Could ice inform you that there's no school? I mean, potentially if your country is like a really hot country and then you have ice, it could be like, oh, you got a snow day, so you're not going to actually go to school. You know? Notice? Like that would... Oh. It would make sense. A notice informs you. But say it is, though. Say it is. Why would that make any sense? Ice informs you that there's no school today. It kind of feels a bit similar to Matt, if I'm honest. I don't really like that, if that's the clue to that. It kind of feels a bit like, yeah, ice informs you there's no school. Unless ice stands for something education, you know? Well, that's my thought. Ice may be a snow day, but come on. I've gone to school where it's been icy. I'm not The answer on the 4th is funny. Okay, well, similar to the above, we know that this 3 letters is going to have something from these. Immigrations and costumes enforcement. Ice on a phone next to someone's number is in case of emergency. That could be something, Flux. Oh god. Yeah, I mean, hey, it actually sadly could be a reality. I think that to me seems weird. Ice does not inform you that there's no school today. Nope. Nope, nope, nope. Nope, nope, nope. Anyway, whatever. On a certain scale, this is very hot, and it contains something. It is meant to be baffling after all. Yeah, baffling in how they've come across these answers. I'm gonna take it as this, right? I'm gonna take it that actually it's a character development thing for Herbert, in that we find out that he's actually not that good with wordplay after all. That's how I'm gonna see it. If you lived in like, I don't know, Siberia, you would be going to school in minus 30 degrees. You know? This, man. He hid his shame in the floorboards. Yeah, that's why it's down there. Yeah, he's like, this is the baffler that failed. Maybe. Actually, maybe. Okay, on a certain scale, this is very hot, and it contains the letters from notice. So, what letters do we have? Not. Knit. Eon. Ion. 1. You're 61 and never had a day off school for snow days? Dude, right. Right. I remember like going to school when it would be snowing and you'd be hoping that it would snow out the school, but nope. We did have a few because we lived in, like I lived in Wales where like there was a lot of hills and sometimes a lot of the students couldn't get in because the buses couldn't drive down the roads, but you know, yeah. Iron Lion Zion. On a certain scale, this is very hot. Why do I think it's going to be 1? I've got 1 twice. Okay. 1, not nit, eon, ion, 1 ton. Con 10, 1 or 10 it could be. I mean, on a certain scale, this is very hot. A 10 could be very hot if you were on a scale of 1 to 10. How hot is this? It's a 10. Oh, it's very hot. But what would the first 3 letters therefore be? Right? I'm very hot on a scale from 1 to 1. From 1 to 1, how hot would you say I am? On a certain scale, this is very hot. 10. What precedes 10? For you, it hurt like shit. 9. Smart. A tick? A tie? I mean, ice. There isn't anything else, is there? I don't think. Have I missed something? Not knit, net, I guess, net. This is very hot on a certain scale. The net. No. I don't think so. Not knit, net. 10, tin, ton. Tin? On a certain scale, this is very hot. Tin. Tin. On a certain scale. But what would 10? You were joking when you said this was the next chessboard? How could you know? You couldn't have known if you were joking. This has been more than the chessboard. Ugh. Derp, this has been... I've streamed for 7 hours today. Streamed for 7 hours. I found this when I think I came across this within 30 minutes of the stream. 20 minutes. So I've been looking at this for about 6.5 hours. And accomplished almost nothing. Yeah. Almost nothing. In my defense, when you actually look at some of the answers for some of these things, you kind of go like, okay, no. I'm sorry. Like, no. Nope. Oh, I tell you what we could do is X X X. That's what we have now. Something something I something. You're currently dead, waiting for Neem to revive you. You're playing Peak. Difficult autos, you said you were not proficient in crosswords. Well, cryptic crosswords, yeah. Cryptic crosswords. I don't understand this. If someone could explain to me why Matt should be an answer that you would ever think to come across. Because I got inmate, I'm like, yeah, fine. But Matt is the thing which threw me, because I'm like, why would Matt be a thing that you keep behind? What do you mean? A Matt is kept behind locked doors. I really think that's bad. It's as appropriate as saying any other household item, you know? A doormat is behind a locked door, but from which direction? Like, it's not like a locked door. You go, oh, there's a mat behind it. Behind a locked door is a room. Behind a locked door is, you know, and it's not necessarily locked. That's exactly it. I think Matt is a really bad answer for that. Then that's what threw me, because I had inmate ages before. I had inmate written down. I was like, maybe inmate, you know? But Matt. On my list of words here, I've got like ant. Why can't it be an ant? You keep an ant in a cage, you know? You keep a ram behind locked doors, right? Or a rat. It's like it's weird. It's like it to me, I'm like, that's just not a... Although I suppose you could say ram and rat were not from they're not in the word inmate, but still, I don't think, like, I got the clue inmate but chose not to use it because of Matt. That's why. And that doesn't feel good, you know? And I'm just wondering if there's like a reason why. So, and the same with this, informs you that there's no school today. Ice. No, it doesn't. It doesn't. Like, ice does not inform me that there's no school. It's a really weird, it just feels like so outside of how the game has done other clues. Take martini, right? Martini is a really good answer. Can affect one greatly when made by someone with a strong spirit. A martini made with a strong spirit can affect someone greatly. But also art is the same. Can affect one greatly when made by someone with a strong spirit. Yeah, it's got different meanings, but both are appropriate. I think Matt is so loose. And ice. So, yeah. Anyway, that's kind of what I'm wondering. Like, on a certain scale, this is very hot. It could be... On a certain scale... I mean, my car ran very hot. Maybe a car is the answer. So, yeah, sorry. I know I'm definitely venting, but I don't think this is a very good puzzle. Not compared to the rest of the game. However, we could work down from notice if we want. A group composed of members that have similar characteristics. It's got to have the letters ICE in it. So, group. Let's look at our words for group. You like the fourth one too? Your mat is on the outside of the door, Wyker. You wipe your shoes before you enter. Yeah, ours was on the outside too. Yeah, it's the same for us. You can't make ass fit the second and last, but it's valid for all others. Ass. Second and last. Well, I would think assert is the answer for this, right? ASS. But then ass has to be in this word. I mean, on a certain scale, you could say ass is very hot. But then it's but it's got to have letters from notice. Looking at the rules, it doesn't have to be ass, it could be also yes. Yeah. Very true. I was just playing around with how ass could just be in everything. I think my ass could inform me I'm not going to school today. I mean, you could. That could be assert. It could actually be assert. Right? But ass makes the visit. No, ass doesn't make the validity of a statement clear. It doesn't do that. We've already laughed about this. How does ass make the validity of a statement clear? It doesn't. We're so desperate we're down to ass. Ah. But here's the thing though, right? If I go by the same logic of mat and ice, why can't ass make it valid? You know? Why? Oh, yeah, ass. It's the ass of truth. Well, it could be that. The ass of justice. He bleeds whenever truth is said near him, see? On a certain scale, this is very hot. So, not ice, sorry, notice needs to have a word. Let's get rid of these. So, a word that is... Yeah, the 3 letters in this clue, the 3 grey letters, have to be a word from notice. They have to be made up of 3 letters from the word notice. So what is very hot? The only options I have from what we've made is 1, 10, and I think that's it. Or ice. Yeah, maybe ice. Right? But on a certain scale. Which again comes back to this kind of silly idea where you could be like, well, on a scale of 1 to 10, 10 is very hot. But then what would be very hot as a 6-letter word? If 10 is the answer, what would be the 6-letter word? You know? Like a kitten on a summer's day. A mitten. Okay, but let's pretend it is 10, right? Mittens are also for cold weather. To be bitten is very hot. On a certain scale, this is very hot. On a certain scale, this is very hot. 110. 110. 110 is very hot. On a certain scale. You know? If you're talking about Celsius and you're looking at 110, it's very hot. Jesus. Notice goes down to 6, and 6, each letter in the small word, which is ice, will be included in the next clue's long word. So, ICE is in the final clue. If it is that this is T, say it's 10. Then what could that be? Martin? Wasting power, I know. I know. Maptin. Maptic. makes the validity of a statement clear. On a scale, on a certain scale, this is very hot. I don't know what it would be. 0 to 10? Is it 0 to 10? Auto 10. Like, how am I supposed to know? Listen? Ooh. Fasten. I'm not a clue. But here's what I'm thinking, right? ART is supposed to be in the word, right? But whatever the 3 letters in this word are, in clue 3, need to be in the word beneath it. On a certain... How do you make the validity of something clear? Is it like clarifying that a statement is valid after already stating that it's valid? Yeah, that's what I'm wondering. Yeah, that's what I'm wondering. Like, to me, it would be like a stamp, you know? Also, validity isn't just its truthfulness. It would be like, you know, acetic acid. Hey Demas, are you against using a word generator using your known letters to get a list of words to work with at this point? I don't know anymore. I don't know. I will be honest, I'm feeling less bothered about doing it now. I wouldn't have, but I'm feeling less bothered about it. Frankly, I think some of the answers are not great on this puzzle. I feel it's a little bit yeah, I don't think it's very clear. This second clue is a really good example, but I don't think the others have been. So I'm not sure. Proving it? Well, I've thought maybe proving. But for the fact that prove or proof or whatever, where is it? Here. I've put like, you know, proofs, proves, answer. I do know that it has to have the whole word, the whole 6-letter word has to have the letters A, R, and T. Right? I do know that. Is that right? Yeah, ART, they need to be included in the entire word somewhere. So, I do know that much. I don't know what the first 3 letters should be to be something that makes the validity of a statement clear. I don't have anything there. Now, in my ideas, I've tried to think of ways that it could be taken. You know, validity could be relevance, it could be usefulness, but it also could be, you know, yeah, it could be to do with how translucent something is. It could be a bank statement. It could be a statement of debt. If you're clearing the statement of debt, you're, you know, but that's still to do with something else. That's not making the validity of that statement clear. And the problem that I have that's really discouraging is that when you think of this, informs you that there's no school today. Ice is like, it's dumb, man. So I don't know. Makes the validity of a statement clear. Could be a rat. You know? If the rat sniffs the air 3 times, then it means your statement is clear. That's an obvious fact. How do you not know that? Whereas if it eats the cheese, it's a false statement. So, yeah, both words are supposed to be, each clue is a hint for 2 different words. The word below, which is the long word, and a second smaller word found within that word. So both of these words should be relevant to the clue. Now, mat is technically relevant to the fact that sometimes it's kept behind locked doors, but it's just as relevant as tin or rug or, you know, whatever else. So, anyway. Manu, hey, how you doing? I could swear you were on the same screen 2 hours ago last time I dropped by. Did you stay on it the whole time? I've been on this one puzzle for about 7 hours. It's like them puzzles where you have 5 goes to get from word to an... Yeah, I think those like ladder puzzles, right? I know, I think there is some of that where you have to just try and work that out. Definitely think that. It's tougher going downwards than it is going backwards. You know? Could be yes. It could be yes. It could be... But for the fact that... Yes. Sorry, 1 second. Yeah, but for the fact that yes would have to then contain letters Y-E-S from this phrase here. Yeah? So if we work it backwards, notice, there's a 3-letter word in notice, which is the 3-letter answer to the clue above it. Yeah? So if this was yes, Y-E-S, we would know that this word beneath it would have to at least have 1 E, an S, and a Y. But Y doesn't work in this word, so I don't think yes is the answer. Can I delete one of those spaces? Alright, which one? Right or left? You can choose. Whichever one you prefer. Your very unsubtle self would probably have brute forced the whole thing after 2 hours. Could I add 2 more? Ooh. Ooh, look at that. I guess now we know that there's 3 letters before it. Okay, either is satisfactory. The second one came after first one. First come, first stay. Okay. So then... There you go. There you go. Okay, so we do know that... I've still not had a call. Okay. Just a heads up, by the way. I'm expecting a phone call from the car garage today at some point. I'm hoping I get one. Yeah, just a heads up. If it does happen, I'm gonna have to take it. don't think it should be too long, but it's one of those ones that I'm like hoping goes well. So yeah, make it star. Okay, yeah, let's do that. Good idea. Fuck, that feels so good. So what we know, right, is that this word has to have some combination of the letters ART in it, right? We know it has to, because ART is here. We also know that whatever the three-letter answer in this word is, we know that that 3 letters has to be made up of letters that are in this word. On a certain scale, this is very hot. On a certain scale, this is very hot. 10 is apparently the answer. But on a certain scale, this is very hot. Yeah, what was day 104? What was that? Oh, it doesn't exist. It might have just been a figure of speech. Look at me with my little gift icon. I feel so important and rich and generous. Certainly appreciated. Wait, 108? Do you mean castle? I don't know what you mean. What makes the validity of a statement clear? Okay. Something happened on day 108. I know you're amazed that I can't remember. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I think I'm close to just throwing it. I don't know. I don't know. I don't like the fact that this ice was an answer and Matt was an answer. It means that even if we're, you know, thinking, it's just kind of, yeah. Sometimes it isn't really a thing. Could be anything, basically. Could be anything. Makes the validity of a statement clear. A pen. Does a pen make the validity of a statement clear? Probably. Right? Probably. Pen. You think 1 and 5 are the worst offenders, if that makes you feel any better? It does. It does. Yeah. Pen. I don't know. Penas. If I can make a clear statement, maybe the 3-letter word is gas. What can be very hot? What can be very hot if it's on a certain scale? On a scale from 1 to 10, 10 is very hot. That does technically make sense, right? It does. But what's the long word of that? I need to know that. And that's tough. Also, what's the 6-letter word? Saying. Martin. Could be Martin. It could be... And if it was, then you'd be looking at R to be the first letter. And we know that it's got to have at least... a T and an A in it. Martin's in a cult. Do we say hot or cold if you get close or not? Fuck, are we there? Maybe we're at that point. Maybe we're at that point. Dante is the last defender. 8 hours. 7 hours. Martin. You know Martin. Sliding slowly into madness. I'm just determined. The thing that's hardest is knowing that for some people this might have taken them like, 30 minutes. Oh, yeah. It's ice. But I don't care. I'm kind of just like, no. I'm it's happening. It took you 10, then you gave up and peaked. Yeah, see, there you go. Like 10 hours, man. Boy, brutal. You have the patience of a Jedi, one of the better ones. Who would be the best Jedi? Who do you think the best Jedi would be? Oh, 10 minutes? What's up, Arch? Fuck! I'm close to it. Maybe. I'm close to it. Maybe. Do you want us to throw semi-random word ideas or avoid backseat? Listen, this whole time I've been saying, please, no suggestions, no clues, no hints. And I've managed after 7 hours to get to this point. But, I have started to see, as I've mentioned, some of these answers, looking at you, Matt, and looking at you, Ice, and to an extent, I'm looking at you, 10, are not the most great answers. 10 is okay. I'll forgive 10. But Ice and Matt are... You could have picked anything out and just gone, yep. And that makes me wonder if, frankly, I just have to throw everything at the wall. You know what I mean? So I'm more inclined to let that happen, but not quite yet. But I am more inclined to let it happen. Fuck. group composed of members that have similar characteristics. Let's call it it's got to have the letters ICE. We know that. It's got to have the letters ICE. So not necessarily in the 4-letter answer, but in the 6-letter answer. So what has the letters ICE and means a group composed of members that have similar characteristics? Maybe a piece? A group? Nope, not a piece. A piece. Also, the 4-letter word does not work. So no, it's not that. A group composed of members that have similar characteristics. It could be a... If we look at this, let's say we don't know what the answer's gonna be. I would howl if it was Martin, because Martin is the first time we would have heard of a name. Martin. I mean, we could look at our list of names. Maybe our list of names. Actually, that's not a bad idea. Group of Clunes, like Cloonies. Martin. It isn't necessarily a word with the same definition as the clue. Wait, sorry. To be clear, it isn't necessarily a word with the same definition as the clue. You mean... You mean the vertical word, or you mean each of these? Because the description or the directions kind of make me seem like they would be, right? Alright, well, it's not one of those names anyway, so that's fine. Oh, wait.
Hours later.
I'll try to be clear without ruining it. I'll take it. Okay. Yeah, cool. Thanks. So many hours. Just words, how hard can it be? I don't know, dude. It's the most simple thing. Could use a Raj and mate. Makes the validity of a statement clear. A target. A signet. A tart. Ratify. Rating. Yeah, no, that's fine, Archie. I know Matt doesn't mean to keep things behind doors. My point is that, say, I had the answer inmate earlier on, right? One of the earlier things that I wrote, I was like, okay, maybe inmate? And then I was like, well, it does work. But then I was like, wait, but then Matt. Like, Matt. Kept behind locked doors. A Matt. You know? And I was just like, no. Like, an inmate is kept behind bars is the phrase. Like, you know, behind locked doors. A Matt. I mean, yeah. Technically, if someone keeps a mat behind a locked door, you could keep a mat behind a locked door. But I might as well say, oh, I keep a cup. A cup is behind my locked door. You know, like, it could be many items, I suppose. So when I saw Matt, I was like, how does that work? Kept behind locked doors, Matt. Anyway. Threw me off completely. Completely. We have a mat on the ground behind the door through which you enter your house. Well, mine's in front, though. Mine's in front. If you're going into the house. In fact, behind my locked door is a coat rack. A little cupboard. If you put it in front, it will get stolen. You clearly live in an area where it won't get nicked. Well, no, I mean, for us, like, my house is a flat, so we have welcome mats, like, just like a welcome mat that's in the common hallway or whatever, right? Starting to think that the three-letter word is something that could satisfy it, not something that always does. The large word should always satisfy it, though. Well, I just think, look at the two different examples here. This is a great clue. Can affect one greatly when made by someone with a strong spirit, right? Martini. If it's made by someone with a strong spirit in the martini, it can affect one greatly, right? But art. If it's made by someone with a strong spirit, art can also affect someone greatly. Like, the question I have to ask is, why would you keep a mat behind locked doors? That's the question. How does that fit? Same with ice. Ice technically could inform someone that there's no school today if they saw ice, but not really. Like, having grown up around going to school when there's ice around, like, that's exactly how it was for me. You know, so it's weird. It's kind of, it just doesn't fit the rest of the smart logic around the game. Like, This is the first thing where I actually think, no, I don't like it. With the eye to someone who's only thought about this for a few minutes, I feel like your current guesses are pretty strong. Herbert's just bad at word puzzle. Well, I think that's the character. Yeah, I think that's the character arc that I think I'm learning. Oh well, anyway, there we go. I guess it's true though, what you're saying is that this does, it could technically be kept behind a locked door, so therefore it should be accepted, so fine. But this, I don't know. I'm stuck on this one, 3 and 4 and 6. I don't know what 4 would be, not the full word. On a certain scale, this is very hot. A button? Buttons with an O. Mitten. Kitten. Listen. Hasten. I don't know. On a certain scale, this is very hot. Fatten. Could be very hot. A doormat is almost always near an entrance apartment house door. It's probably the kind of door you would find locked the most often. Yeah. But behind is, are you inside the house or outside the house? I don't know. We could debate it for hours. I don't really think it's a good, clear answer that makes you go like, oh yeah, that works. The minute I saw it, I was like, a mat being kept behind locked doors. It's as applicable as any other household item. Or any other item. It could be, you know, anything. So, yeah. I think the truth is it could work, and that is the point. Is that I didn't think it would when I saw it. I was like, no, there's got to be a better answer than Matt. But I think the truth is it could technically work. So, yeah, therefore, that is fine. What's a 6-letter word that ends in 10? Okay, listen. Hasten. Soften. Mitten. Kitten. Bitten. Hasten, soften, mitten, kitten, bitten. I don't know. Are any of those to do with being hot? And also you have to realize that the 3-letter word that begins this clue has to contain 3 letters from this. Yeah, not really, right? Ice is pretty hot. But ice... ICE is going to be in the bottom clue somewhere. But blank 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 10 is going to be found. 3 of those letters are going to be found in the clue for 3. And if I need to figure out what these 3 letters are basically, so that I can get the full clue for 4, and then I can do the whole 3-letter thing, you know? On a certain scale, this is very hot. On a certain scale. Sorry for missing the earlier thought process, but where does the 10 part come from? This is another example, Manu, where it's kind of like, yeah, but basically the thought is that it has to contain 3 letters. The short clue, so the short answer for the 4th clue, which is this 3, yeah, needs to have 3 letters from the word below it. Right? So what you can do is, if you have a clue, you can go, well, let's make all 3-letter words that we can. And then I can just think, right, what is appropriate for the word above it? I know that one of these 3-letter words will be the answer for the short word on the clue above. A word finder shows that there's 28 valid words that end in 10. Yeah, so the answer was between the words 1, ice, and 10. And so I was like, well, on a certain scale, ice is very hot. I mean, if you compare it to, like, Kelvin, that's the same logic as Matt being kept behind locked doors, right? Ice is hot if you compare it to, you know, minus 280 degrees, or whatever absolute zero is. Sure. But kind of was a bit weird. So I thought it could be on a scale of 1 to 10, which is technically a certain scale. You could say it's very hot. 10 is very hot if 1 is not hot. You know? Like, this is the sort of stuff we're dealing with. I don't feel like it's... I don't know. Not sure. I thought maybe the Scoville scale, but you can't get anything like SCO from Notice. And Scoville is too long. I thought of chilies and peppers and all sorts of stuff, but yeah. Change the pressure and then ice can become hot too. I don't know. How can we get, though, 28 words? You get boiling ice in a vacuum or something? I have no idea. I don't know. It sounds like one of those things that you make another fact from various facts you heard, you know? If you manipulate something in the right way, everything can become hot. Might have an idea for 4, the full word. I don't fucking know. I don't know. You know, Kater, but you won't tell. On a certain scale, this is very hot. What would it be to be hot if you were on like a certain scale? Certain scale. You know it, and it is very hot. Nah, you guys are great. Honestly, it's the fact is like, the fact is, you've all stayed. Oh man, the suffering. Thanks for joining. Honestly, thanks for joining the suffering. It's insanity. Yeah, it's quite amazing. I don't know. Listen, hasten, soften, mitten, kitten, bitten. I mean, what else could it be? Like, any vowels? Or Borton, Porton, Corton, Torton. Gluten? Gluten? Gluten is one. Gluten is definitely one. But I think it's got to have... I've got a feeling that it's got to have maybe an A or something in there as well. Or maybe an R. Parton. Carton. Garten. Ruston. Rapton. Recton. Oh, beaten is one. Yeah, true. Beaten is one. Yeah, very nice. 10 out of 10 is pretty hot. You think you might also have it? You're also a meanie. Beaten. Anyone here into getting beaten? I mean, there's like fasten, and fatten. The seventh word is another one I did try to come from that angle. But I can't get the word Martin out of my head. So maybe mantis? Maybe mantis. Don't confirm or deny, but if it's mantis, what would the final one be? A group composed of members. Insect. A sect. Insect. And it works. ICE. You fucking bastards, you. You big old bastards. Okay. A sect and an insect. Okay. You're kidding. Is this really going to just tell me that a mantis is an insect? can neither confirm nor deny the validity of that statement. Okay. So then we know that this begins with an N. We know that it does. So, makes the validity of a statement clear. What begins with N that makes it clear? And it must, the whole word, it's got to be N vowel. It has to be N vowel. We know that. N, O, N, U, N, I, N, A, N, E. It has to be them. Makes the validity of a statement clear. It could be a nod. But what are you going to do then with the letters R, A, and T, which need to be in the word? Nod rat. Nod rat. You know? It makes no sense. My God. We're close to it now. We are close. Mantis. Mantis is the answer. Oh, it took 7 and a half hours to get Mantis. It's not Martin after all. Not. Makes the validity of a statement clear. A nod. Nib. A nah. A nah. A nah. A nah. My God, if that is actually the fucking answer, that would actually make me laugh. Not. Still nothing from the garage. Huh. I think you should totally send this whole video once finished to the game creators, and they should absolutely reward you with like 100 redeem codes to give around. Knob. Nut. Knob nut. Nani? Makes the validity of a statement clear. What does? If you nod, you are asserting the approval of something. You yeah, I'm gonna be like one of those people. Yeah, hey, I got a great video for you. Legitimately, right? I wanted to put this on YouTube because, you know, I do try and put up old VODs on YouTube. But I've actually been thinking, I'm like, if I put this on YouTube, that is... I mean, I've played this game for like 170 hours or something stupid. No, I've not. I've played it for 200. So... I'm not being funny, but a YouTube video of just 7 hours of me staring at a piece of paper... you know, if people really were missing out on that stuff, then sure, but I don't know. It's Yeah. Riveting viewing, yeah, yeah. But it is legitimately stuff where you're like, you know, I would probably just... Either I have to just be like, just put it up or whatever, you know? Time lapse. And then the unedited for the diehards, yeah. Play the audio for a whole working day. It's going to be silence, right? A little bit of like that kind of ambient, like silence, and then just matte though, and then like that's basically the video. Jump cuts to ass. Ass and nut. Yeah. You did used to have streams like yours on as background when you were working? Well, fair enough. And when this eventually does go up to YouTube, and if some poor soul decides to watch this entire video and get to this point, can we all just please wave to them? Is that possible? Can you just, like, give them a wave? Because if someone actually does, I think it would be a really special moment for that one person to have, you know, however many people, 10 people just waving, you know? Duma works, yeah. Whatever you want. Hi, I'm so sorry. Listen, I hope if this ends up going out there and you see this, that you feel seen in your commitment to sticking with it. You definitely made a choice. Yes, Vivi, yes. Thank you. Thanks, everyone. What a beautiful page of greetings. That's really nice. Okay, now buckle up for the next 8 hours. Ooh. Creators, look at what you are making humanity do. Okay, we come back. I'm gonna fix this final one. Basically, 3 and 4 is all we've got. I am pleased with insect. Insect is a good clue. That's a good answer. That's clever. A group composed of members that have similar characteristics. Insects do, but also a sect does as well. I was along the same lines with cult, but I didn't quite get there. Cult was similar to sect, but yeah. Anyway. It's kind of cool. Okay. N-O says no. It does have to begin with N. Makes the validity of a statement clear. Like nod and like no, it wouldn't be, because where's ART? It's gotta have ART. It's gotta have. So maybe it's like an validity of a statement clear. Upload a montage of all the individual words you guessed, just an hour of you spouting random words. Oh, that's yeah, that's some editing. But yeah, true. Ass, ice, mad, ice, cold, occult, ice, mad. What are we doing with ART? We know that ART is in the word, and we know that it has to follow N. So ART could be anything else, but let's pretend it's makes the validity of a statement clear. Let's say that it is not at the beginning. So the ART N has to be followed by a vowel. It has to be. It cannot not be. It cannot not be. So what, okay, fuck man, I don't know. Let's just start with that. What knob, nor, of course the Aussie word for no. Not. Nox. Noz. Nub. Nod. Nod. Nod seems to be the one at the minute which looks likely. Num. None. Non. Nup. Nut. Nos. 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 Nom. Nom. Nus. Nux. Nuz. Sure. Nib. Nid. Nigh. Okay. Nin. Nim. Nip. Could be nip. I mean, nip is not going to be it. Nil. I mean, I did say that about Matt, but sure. Knit. Nix? It's a stretch. Nis. Niz. Okay. Nab. Knack. Nad. Oh, someone was going to say no. Not even. Nag. No fucking way. Nudge. Knack. Now. Nam. Nan. Nan. Nap. What's that from, Beans? Nap. Nat. Nay. I mean, a nay is like a vote, right? But it, you know, Naz. I've not missed anything, I don't think, there. Oh, that, okay, yeah. Makes the validity of a statement clear. Mate, I still, okay, new, Ned, Nem, Nell, Nep, Nen, Neo, Ness, Net, No, New. Oh, it's coming to Xbox. Yo, nice, dude. Actually, I think I might play some tonight, if I'm honest. Especially after today. Oh, today has been absolutely mind-boggling. That's awesome, man. That's so cool. Thanks for the hydrate, Kato. Do you know if it'll... Well, I mean, it'd be amazing if it did. Does it have crossplay plans or not? Apparently, it has it between PS5 and PC. Helldivers 2 on Xbox. Crossplay confirmed. Let's start with the good news. Helldivers 2 is officially getting crossplay on Xbox, meaning you'll be able to squad up with PS5 and PC players too. With crossplay on all platforms, get ready to add your strength to our ranks. Hell yeah, dude. That's awesome. But not cross progression, but that's a different thing. That's if you want to merge your accounts or something, right? Right, so, okay. Coming back, right? Nez. We've got to look now at the words that it could be. Because it's got to be a 3-letter word starting with N that means makes the validity of a statement clear. Right? The validity of a statement. Looking at all of these words, all of the E's, for example, there is no words in there that could do that. Not. Okay, we'll put not first. There we go. It's not. Yeah. We also know. So I think we can rule out the NEs. There's not going to be NEP. Wrong scene. Wrong scene? I should be on game capture now. I was on display cap. If that's what you mean. Oh, sorry. I can move the chat down, but yes, it's because I was in display cap before. Yeah, that's right. And I meant to be on game scene. This is what it should be, but chat is in an awkward place, so I'll move you back down. For now. Okay, so nab, nay, maybe nay. I think it's gonna be between nay, nix, nib. I think nod is the one that's the most. But that doesn't give me anything with ART. So nod rat. You know? Not. Nay. Ah, fuck. I don't know. I know we do technically have the answer. Mantis, but it's got to have ART and it's got to have something from this word. Knob. More 10 words. Listen, hasten, soften, mitten, kitten, bitten, gluten, beaten, fatten, rotten, gotten. Dude, I know. How would you translate it? I know. I do think that's one thing that's very true. Yeah, it's like if English isn't your first language, it is very tough to do this or gallery puzzles, especially. Yeah. Latin. I don't know. Listen, hasten, soften, mitten, kitten, bitten, gluten, beaten, fasten, fatten, rotten, gotten. You think every letter? Okay, I mean, ad. I don't know. Like, I can only think the letters before T need to be like a vowel or a T or like an S or an L. Blitten. Binton. I don't know. Like brute forcing passwords, yeah, it is. 10 words. Soften, mitten, kitten, bitten, gluten, beaten, eaten, heaten. Heaten is not a word. Cheating. You're cheating. You're cheating. No, I was going to say getting. I don't know. Glisten, but it's 6 letters. That's 7, so it doesn't work. Pistons with an O. Fasten, fatten, rotten, gotten. Batten down the hatches. Yeah, that works. You do have guesses for the... No, but N and T are already... Sorry, N... Yeah, I don't think I could use that. Because N could be at the end of the word. So I don't think that really works. Wetten? Do you, if you're... No, that's not a word. Wetten. It's time to go wetten something. It's so difficult to think about these. Do you get hot when you wetten yourself? Hotten. Sitten. I was sitting down. Sitting downed. Okay, let's say something else. Acton. Soften. Iten. Biten, Peyton, Dayton. Who you been dating? This is so difficult. Batten, Banton, like is it Unton? Yeah, that's it, dude. That's how it is. Nobton. Bunton. Nope, Punton. Quentin. Hello, I'm Quentin. NTEN sounds like it could be something, but I don't know what it would belong to. Phantom! You may not like it, but this is what peak puzzle solving sounds like. I guess so. Quentin is so hot right now. Hey, my name's Quentin. Sutton, Button, Cutten, Dutton, Hooten, Luton. I've been looting around. Tooten, Tutten, Tunton. Okay, alright. Just as out of curiosity, how many of you can think of one that I haven't already put on the list? Have you got one that's already there? That's not already there? It's Ben 10 for those lovers of cartoons. Farton. Yes, you do. You, but you can't say. Aston. Okay, you do have them. Shitten. Tox raised his hand. Shiten. L-I... No. Lighten and Brighton and them don't work. Pigton. What's that? Ben 10. Footen. No. Photon. Photon. Gitten. And I thought Rajan sounded like gibberish. Tar 10. Cotton. What the fuck? I think we could make a really good list of words that sound like they should be English but are not. So like Hotten and Button. Quentin. ASMR with Slide. Hello. Welcome. Today we're going to go through all the words that end in 10. Colton. Bastard! Fuck! Rah. Apart from the one we need. What is that word? What is that word? Tenton. Tenton. Beston. Peston. Piss. No. Piss. Ah. Nenton, yes. Destin. Just piss. All a growing boy needs. Hunting. Okay, what about I double T? Is there anything that works? Bitten, kitten, mitten. No, litten. Let's go through the alphabet. Bitten, kitten, ditten, aten, gitten, hitten, jitten, kitten, litten, mitten, knitten, oiten, pitten, quitten, written, sitten, titten. You, uiten. You're so hot, my pants 10-10. Vitten. It's not an itten, so we've got all the ittens. What about atten? Atten. Patten. Okay, atten, batten, catten, datten, aten, fatten, gatten, hatten, atten, jatten, catten, latin, matten, natten, orten, patten, quatten, ratten, satin, hatten, uatten, vatten, watten, zatten, yatten, zatten. If I fitten, I sitten. There's not an atten. Utten. I don't think there's utten with en, is there? Because everything with ut is on. Like mutton and glutton. But glutton is too many letters. Please recite all possible syllables so I can train my AI voice. Hurten, burten, merten. Oh, it's matten, isn't it? Mats can be hot. That's hilarious. If you put a mat on a weighing scale, then it could be hot. Otten. Otten. Gotten. So botten, cotton, cotton, dotten, fotten, gotten, hotten, jotten, lotten, motten, notten, autumn, potten. This is fucked. This is fucked. Oh, okay, alright, we're going through them. Listen, that's fine, you get one. Molten. Oh, that's the fucking answer. Pop Choco. No! No, your first word! That's gotta be it, surely. Is it molten? Damn. Welcome. What are we now going to do for the next hour or so? Okay. It does make sense. It definitely does make sense. Okay. I missed by a letter. Yeah, well, yeah. Molten. I probably wouldn't have got it for a long time. Molten. Every time I said mitten, it went on to other letters. Motten. Okay, well, I don't know. Let's go on to Atten. Ban. Oh, it's all good. It's all good. But no more hints. No more hints. The whole chat had it. You all had it, didn't you? You were waiting for Melton to come up. Fuck. Okay. Alright. N. It's got to have something from... Okay, let's do this. Right, we know this word is molten. No, it's all good. So, what? It begins with N, doesn't it? It has to begin with N. What? That only has... Nom nom. Delicious little nom noms are very valid statements. Is the mantis theory disproven? Well, if it isn't the thing, I would say that would be an unbelievable red herring. Because if it's not mantis, and that is not insect, I don't know what else it is. Which to me just makes it so that the clue is very unclear. You know? Yeah, make sure I know, dude. Dude. Oh, I need to make sure that I actually haven't... yeah, there's still no call. Okay, so it's got to be net or not. Which means we still have an RA to put in. Thanks for the hydrate. Technically, you could say that the word not does make the validity clear. So if you were to say this is not a true statement, let's not use that example because that's paradoxical. If you were to say this is not a pen, the not is making the validity of the statement clear. Yeah? So not could be. But what is the long version if that is the correct case? You would say a notary? Notary? Notary. What's a notary? You've been saying a lot of your guesses could not be it. Yes. Yeah. Is it a notary? Isn't a notary... That's in my head now. Notary. A notary. A notary. I don't know what a notary is. I just know the word. I'd know the definition if I heard it, you know? Obviously. But what I mean is A notary. I think it must be, yeah. I think it must. It is someone who... It is... Can I say? makes sense. It says acceptable to Google a definition if you need to. Okay. I think it is. Please tell me if it's... I think it is. I think we've got it. It... Have we solved it? Could you... Yeah, I want to know. I feel like we've solved it. But I don't know. A notary validates documents, etc. Yes and no. This is what you've got, Archhippie, yeah? Archhippie also sounds like Archippie, as in like our Chippy does really good food. I mean it as a compliment. Thanks for playing our 8-hour DLC. You've got the right answer, but some of your math is off. Okay. Well done solving it. This was so brutal. This was so brutal. What? So... I didn't know we were doing math. So all I've come out with is that a mantis is an insect and belongs to a sect. That's what I've come out with. If it really is mantis, you got that all by your lonesome. Yeah, I think it is. I think it is. You don't see what's wrong about it, Arch? Is it just a puzzle or can it be used somewhere else? I imagine this can be used somewhere else. I just don't know where. Just a puzzle. It's just a puzzle? Please. No. To be honest, my please or whatever derp is not because it got spoiled. I don't mind, if I'm honest, because after 8 hours of that pain, I would have no idea what to do with Mantis. It is because I've just spent 8 hours thinking that this something led on to something, when in fact it's just to tell me that a mantis is an insect. It probably is for something, but the whole world is too dumb. So this is something that there has not been a known extra reason for it. Is it worse than something leading to what we already have? No, I guess it's not. And you get bragging rights. That's true. That's true. He's got bed sores. You want to know how your math is off? Yeah, tell me, Tell me where I went wrong. I came to the right conclusion, but I'm curious how that happened. Imagine if you attempted this puzzle on your daily commute, you'd get no work done. Yeah, right, yeah. You take it with you on the train and you're like, right, there's half an hour. No chance, man. There are still clues that haven't been solved by anyone. The first word is remand, and you personally would not in a million years have gotten that. Is it really? Remand. Kept behind locked doors. Man. You got inmate? Inmate? You prefer inmate? What do you prefer, man or Matt? To send a case from a higher to a lower court. To send back into legal custody as to a jail or prison. I was like, wait, that's not the definition. To send back into legal custody as to jail or prison. To remand. I think okay, no, well, I will say this. Kept behind locked doors. Beans, where did you get remand from? Because I think the definition could work if it was keep behind locked doors. To keep. But an inmate is kept behind locked doors. Does that make sense? Like, to remand is to keep behind locked doors. Because I was thinking maybe it's detain or, you know, retain, something like that, or secure. But after a while I was like, but all of those verbs would mean something if it was present tense, to keep something behind locked doors. But if something is kept behind locked doors, that's what then would lead me to be either it's a past tense verb, right? Such as held, just forget that it's not 6 letters, or it's a noun. It's something that is kept behind locked doors. That's my reasoning for it. Having said that, I would say that inmate works, but Matt works just as well as man. It makes, to me, it's like, okay, there could be a man locked behind a door. Could be. So, yeah. Anyway, it's from the fandom wiki, so it might be wrong. It's fair enough if that's one thing that's put on there. That is interesting, man. It does also say there may be other possible solutions. We need to start a debate on the internet. Inmate or remand? I need to update that, actually. I need to update that spreadsheet. Now, I mean, where am I? What day is it? My God. Not what day. Marty. What year? And it does say one possible solution is, okay, yeah. It's 8:15, probably at night, but probably 3 days later as well. You know? Get some salted bananas before you starve. I mean, what do we even do now? The world's lost all meaning. I know that the mantis belongs to a sect. Helldivers probably. I know I do want. I will do some Helldivers tonight instead of Death Stranding. I think I'll play some, maybe. But all you see is mantises everywhere now. Hey, what were you doing 9 hours ago? Jesus. I'm a bit concerned that I've not got any phone call today. Sorry, my car went into the garage due to it broke down last weekend, and they were saying that today it would they would give me a call about it. It might be tomorrow, but yeah. Oh. Holy shit, man. Proceeds to find another baffler under the floorboards of another room. Did you see that Xbox is getting Helldivers 2? Yeah, someone in chat just said it before. Shaka's just said it before. Which is really cool. And apparently it'll have crossplay and stuff, so yeah. I guess it's been out about a year now, right? Is it, or longer? How long's Helldivers 2 been out? So I guess maybe it passed its exclusivity window or something. Oh, it's a year and a few months? Right, okay. Everything feels so empty. We've been where we've been. You come back from, but it changes you, you know? Can't see the house in the same way anymore. Puzzle like the Baffler makes you wonder so many things about life. What is our purpose? Why are we here? Just to suffer. The barren existential crisis here. We mere mortals are but food for the mantises. Yeah. From mantises we came, to mantises we return. Oh dear. Thank you for the follow. Thank you. Phone's dying. Dude, I've just eaten all your battery. Ah, God. Time to unfurrow that brow. Yeah. That was a serious day. Thanks, Arch. I hope you have a good one, dude. Unfurrow. You know what? After today, unfurrow is a word. Okay? Unfurrow is a word. Yeah, what even are words anymore? Holy shit. Unfollow. Yeah. Okay. Mantis puzzle solved. Everyone unfollow. See you guys. It's been a wonderful shared moment. Shared 9 hours of insanity. Oh my god. See you. Some things you don't come back from. Okay. I think... Yeah, at least now you know. Yeah. At least now you know that a mantis is an insect. What about the sect? What about the sect? Because a sect, I think this is a clue that there is something else. And I'm sorry to do this, but I do. You look at a sect definition, right? A group of people forming a distinct unit within a larger group by virtue of certain refinements or distinctions of belief or practice. It's a religious body. A faction, united by common interests or beliefs. Those following a particular leader or authority. Right? It is essentially kind of a belief system or something, an offshoot of a larger religion, a group following a specific ideal or leader, a subdivision of a larger religious group, a dissenting clique. Right? What the fuck? Looks like bug jewelry. Do we know anything in this game that talks about any sort of religious sect? And I ask this question carefully because what I mean is based on stuff that I've found. By virtue of your perseverance in solving the Baron's Baffler, you are now an honorary member of the sect of the Mantis. You now have permission to use the upstairs bathroom for number 2s. Yes! No more digging outside the tent. I struggle to think that there is anything relating to the Mantis. But I do like the fact that there could be. You know? Go back up. Oh. Oh, that's tired me out. What's day 108, Dante? Can we fix it? What's day? What is it? Day 108. Oh. Oh, that is so funny. Is that better? The Dark Cult of Mantis. I understand now. I'm with you. Ah, dear me, that's funny. On a very different note, it's worth mentioning some brief admin is that I am away from the 11th of July to the 19th or the 20th of July. We've got some work. I'm a bass player, so I'm doing like some work away. So just a heads up on that. I think I'm here like basically all of this next week, sorry, after the weekend, but yeah, I'm not sure how we'll do. I thought I might have finished blueprints by the time I leave, but I'm honestly not even sure. I've just spent 9 hours looking at a piece of paper. So yeah, but just while it's on my mind, it's worth saying. I did think I'd have some stuff that I could set up while I was gone, but I don't think I've, especially with the car issues and things, I'm not sure that I will have the time now, so yeah, we'll see. But anyway, yeah, define finish, dude, that's the thing. I really thought there was something that would be quite definitive, but yeah, the history certificate. History? This! It does, it's got the two... Ah, man. Oops. Quite something. Right, okay. Listen up, I think, I'm I'm gonna call it a day there and end the stream. How long have we been alive in this game? Like in real live hours and days? As in the character? The character's been in the house for 150 days. So, on my save. But the character is also already, when you start the game, is 13 years old. Wow, what a day. Thanks for the stream, it was fun. Thanks so much, Fluxer. It's been a good one, even though it's been absolutely terrifying. But I'm gonna go just take a little break. I'm gonna be gone for about an hour. Okay, I'm gonna go. Probably gonna go grab a shower or something. I've sweated hard today. I am hot and... Look after yourselves all. And if you're around for some Helldivers, see you in a bit. Okay. Thanks everybody. I'm out. Bye for now.